Good evening. Tonight, we're continuing leveling Black Mage. So far, we're at 75, but with the distraction of a summer event out of the way and full focus on actually leveling, we might get further this time. We will also be starting on the Mage role quest line in Shadowbringers. Right. Hello, Antila. I hope you're doing well. Zip is also here. Oh, well, he was at least earlier. Hey, Yoshups. I hope you're doing well. And hey, Potato. I hope you're doing well. Some new names. Well, at least one new name. I don't know if I've seen Potato before. I might have. Some new names in the chat. Welcome, welcome. I think we're starting with the dailies like we've done previously, and then when we've gone through that, we'll see how far we can push the the role quest line. I think that's going to be the plan. Level 61. Does that mean new gear of any sort at all? I'm guessing no. Does not look like it. Oh, bigger level exploration task. That might give some more XP. That's good at least. Hey Gelano, I hope you're doing well. And Taylor says, I finally conquered 100. The 100 floors of Palace of the Dead solo. But I died 8 times on the way there. Hopefully I have a from strat. That is at floor 71. I don't quite understand what you mean. I assume you mean you soloed up to floor 100. What do you mean with 71? From start, that is at floor 71. I have some bad news for you then. First off, if you start at floor 51, I believe you can't actually progress beyond floor 100. Which means you have to start from floor 1 every time, or something like that. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm pretty sure you have to start from floor 1. At least for the Necromancer achievement, which is typically the reason why people go solo. Also, hey Fila, I hope you're doing very, very well. You know, something that is pretty funny is if someone writes a message and it's like long enough that it goes to a second line, then that thing in the bottom right where you can like react with an emote, I believe it's only there on phones. It's also there in the YouTube Studio version of the stream. It blocks like one word. And I just have to guess what it is. And if I can't guess it, I'll just kind of sit like, oh, well, I guess I'll have to read the message when it like gets pushed up a little bit so I can see it. Pretty funny how that works. Also on PC for Firefox. Oh, okay. Yes, the 71 floors is from floor 1. I have to not die. True. The thing that I find really brutal about Palace of the Dead is specifically that like from floor 1 to 100, like nearly the entire way, you're basically stockpiling pomanders for when you get to the hard part. And even when you get past floor 100, you're still stockpiling pomanders for the hard part. Like, I think it's not completely unreasonable to say that the hard part really begins like after floor 150. maybe even later than that. And that's simply because, like, the last 20 or 30 floors, it's like, if you don't have a tool on hand to deal with something, then you just die. Like, for example, I had a run, I think like a year ago actually, on stream. Something like that. And I wiped because I stepped in a trap, used my resources to deal with the trap, stepped in a trap, used my resources to deal with the trap, and stepped in a trap and died. Because I just got, like, stomped by too many traps. And how could I have avoided stepping in traps? Well, you can delete all traps on a floor, or you can reveal all traps on a floor. But even if you have prepared everything, like actually everything you can possibly do, then you will at best be able to do that 6 times in succession without, like, looking for chests to get extra pomanders. And even if you do that, no guarantee that they'll actually have the pomanders you need. And because you're, like, limited in time, it might be really hard to actually find the time to look for chests. Like, you need, I'd say you probably need at least 5 minutes, probably 10 minutes preferably, for the floor boss on each set of 10. And if you want 10 minutes for that, then you have around 5 minutes for all of the other floors. And killing anything legitimately, like past 180, anything will need you to either use fancy tricks, or you might need to spend like 30 plus seconds killing a thing. So you don't have time to, like, run around and explore the floor. You only have time to figure out where the exit is and kill exactly enough mobs that you can leave. That is, of course, on paper, slightly exaggerated. In reality, it's more complicated, but just to, like, underline what I'm talking about, that it's really hard because you need a lot of resources, a lot of pomanders to safely progress through the floors. But you can prepare all you want. You can bring 3 of every pomander to a floor 150, and yet you will probably, like, if you're actually playing it super safe and using your resources as like to the best of your ability, you're out of all of these safety measures before you reach 160. Like, it's that fast. It's just gone. If you're spending them every time they're helpful, which makes it really rough. Like, from my perspective, and I have not cleared the Necromancer title, I should say. From my perspective, it means that you can't guarantee a run. Like, even if you're the master of the of Palace of the Dead, and you know everything you could possibly need to actually do it, you're still not going to be guaranteed to get a clear. It's just, you have a much higher chance of clearing, but it's not guaranteed that you're getting anywhere. Which is that's fair. It's not like it's unreasonable. You're, like, doing something that is supposed to be like, not supposed to happen. It's just that it is possible. Hey, Jet. Also, Fila says, I hope you're well too. I am. Saturday is the one day I get full rest. Nice. Mintila says, you can't even train the hard part. That is also a very good point. That is also the annoying part about anything where you have to, like, do a lot of prep work to even reach it. This is something that can be a problem in the solo challenge streams when the difficult part is, like, the final boss. Because everything leading up to it takes time and can also be difficult. So just because you can reach it doesn't mean that it's easy. That was like a problem in the male Darkhold. I could reach the final boss, but it took a lot of time to reach the final boss. And then we discovered that the final boss was really, 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 really hard. If just barely possible at all. If you used like really smart tricks that I could not perform. So that's why we never cleared the male Darkhold with a normal job, even though it is possible. But it's stuff like that. Just as an example, it's not the same as Palace of the Dead, but it's like a similar vein that you have 50, 100, 150 floors of re-clearing every time you fail. And that really sucks. And Sila says you also have to not get critted by a bad guy at like you have to basically not be unlucky. And you know, the classic just don't get hit Lemao. Exactly, Jet. That is a pretty good point. It's that you have to be ready and awake to optimize everything you can do on your way to the floor you got to like regain your progress. And that means that like if you're slacking on the way to floor 151, then you might run into traps that then require you to spend pomanders to avoid it. But those pomanders, maybe you didn't need to use those, but now they're gone. Now they're gone. Because you weren't aware for a second. You just zoned out for a second. And now you, like, potentially your run is affected for the rest of it, because now you have to, like, you're one witching pomander short, and it might take a while before you replace it. Jet says, I'm exhausted today. It was a family obligations day. Oh. Well, I hope you had a good time with the family then. Just clicking through these dailies. Some of them have like an interesting little story behind them, but a lot of it is also just like repetition of stuff we already know. So they get a little tedious. Hugging walls is life until you need to get a secret chest or an AoE. I mean, it's extra funny when I believe at the higher floors there is a chance that the traps are actually really close to the wall, like not completely up against the wall, but it's a lot easier to hit them by accident. Just because you didn't do the exact completely up against the wall. Oh. I didn't expect it to die from that. I've certainly done that. Like, gotten hit by a trap because I was, like, choosing to, like, curve my run up against the wall instead of, like, doing the strict, edged, around, like, just, like, sticking completely up against the wall, right? I've definitely triggered traps that way. It is, it's pretty rough. There's also the part that the final floors of Palace of the Dead have very different looking rooms, so if you're used to dealing with the rooms in a specific way because of their shape, suddenly the game switches things up. Where are you? You're there. Are there any other Ilmakes on this one? Oh yeah, there's the Porxies. And you are not in Ilmek. Right, there and there. Feeler says you got a crit despair, wasn't it? It had 2 exclamation marks and was bigger. If it has 2 exclamation marks, it's a critical direct hit. It's the critical success of Final Fantasy XIV. Oh. Yeah, it says the worst part about Palace of the Dead is that it punishes you. Right, I was talking about that. Just get good. Exactly. That is basically it, is that Palace of the Dead, there are things that are equivalent. Like, when people say, you know, the gamer memes with just get good, it's both a combination of, oh, this thing you can only do by actually just getting good at the game. But if it's some random thing, then, like, it's just a joke, right? Just don't get hit 5 head. Just dodge. Just do the mechanic right. But in Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High or Eureka Authors, you can sometimes just get dealt a flaw that you just can't deal with. It's not entirely like that, of course. The whole thing of getting skilled at deep dungeons is knowing how to deal with them. Like, some people use tricks, like if they have used a pomander to see the traps on the floor and they see an explosive trap, they don't like walk in a huge circle around the explosive trap. They go, okay, so if I grab like 4 mobs and drag them into the explosive trap with me, then we all take 80% of our health and damage. So if I'm just ready to deal with that and survive it, then I have 4 mobs that have the HP of less than 1. So it might be fine. Someone that told me about how they had completed Eureka Authors solo, I believe it was with Warrior, within like a few days even, maybe like a week of Eureka Authors becoming a thing. And they told me specifically that the way that they went about it was by abusing traps, like being really smart with traps, and using them, because many traps, or well, specifically the explosive traps mainly, also hit enemies, which means you can use that to your advantage. It's not like a reliable strategy, but if you start to like recognize the explosive trap, then you can work around it. And when I say recognize, if you haven't done very much deep dungeons, you might not know this, but each trap has a unique rune on it. So you can actually recognize what trap it is, if you like learn to recognize what rune is which. Intila says, what other traps than the mine can be used on enemies? I don't remember if there are any. I'm guessing Jet would know if there are any. I just typically, if I'm not sure on the answer, I will use the mathematician way of not saying there's only one. If I don't know if there's only one, I'll say there's at least one. Jet, we were talking about, are there any other traps than the explosive traps in deep dungeons that can be used that affect the enemies? Because the explosive trap, when you step on it, it deals, I believe it's 80% of current health or something like that to all enemies. I can't remember if it's current or max health. Yes, but none of them are useful to you. Which ones do work on the enemies? You can probably count out the luring trap, for example. It's max health. Okay. I'm never entirely sure, because if I'm stepping in, like if I'm recklessly running around in a deep dungeon, I typically have full HP. So when the bomb explodes, I usually lose 80% of my current HP, which is the same as 80% of my max HP. Gilano and Jet says the trap that silences and pacifies works on enemies, but also some movers, they just... Some movers? some moves they do just aren't affected by it. Right. I think it's because, so if you're pacified, you can still auto-attack. So if a mob doesn't have a weapon skill or an ability, then being pacified and silenced doesn't really do anything, doesn't really care. And an action can technically be defined as nothing. And sprint is defined as nothing. I'm guessing, I can't remember, it's not often I get pacified in combat, but I'm pretty sure you can sprint while pacified. Exactly, some mobs will just cast a mechanic at you anyway, because their action might not actually be defined as anything. Maybe some use with mages using potions. Yeah, exactly. If you have echo drops, then you getting silenced is pretty meaningless. So if there's anything that a pacification or silence would be helpful for, then you could do that. Oh, the Classics Warrior was DCing. And the Classics Warrior is a scholar. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. If I remember correctly, the kinds of traps there are is there's the so there's the bomb, and there's the pacification and silence one. There's the, I think it's called innovation. It increases the damage you take by, I think it's like 20% or something like that. It's surprisingly little, but it, in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty big, especially on higher floors. There's the toad trap, and there's the luring trap. It also lowers the damage you deal. Are you sure? I thought it was only increasing the damage you take. But yeah, if it also reduces the damage you deal, then that doesn't exactly make it any better. But I'm pretty sure that's all of the traps. So there's not really anything that is particularly helpful. Jet says, give me echo drops for pacification. You know, I believe echo drops are from A Realm Reborn. Like, I'm pretty sure they were in the base game. I can see why there wouldn't be a pacification equivalent. Because if there was such a thing, then Warrior would be pretty broken in A Realm Reborn. They would be like the equivalent of how black mages like bring an ether so that they can triple flare more often, or even quadruple flare when they're feeling really fancy. Like warriors would just always carry around this pacification remover, because in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, when you used Berserk, it made you do like 50% more damage for 20 seconds. And I say about, because what it actually did was really, really weird. So nowadays, if you have a buff that increases the damage you do, it's usually worded like this, or like this, where it just says bonus damage, percentage, and you're done. Berserk increased your attack power by 50%. Who knows if that actually increases your damage by 50% exactly. Maybe you're on some breakpoint or something. But about 50% more damage for 20 seconds. But then, after those 20 seconds, you get pacified for 5 seconds. So the warrior just kind of stands there for 5 seconds. But you could remove the pacification, like with Asuna. Yeah, exactly, warrior was the original moon flute. They had better moon flute. Somehow they had, like, just think about that. In A Realm Reborn, warrior had better moon flute. On a cooldown, of course, but they had better moon flute. So not all of the things Blue Mage can do is that broken now, is it? And the funny thing is that in Heavensward, hey Tristan, I hope you're doing well. In Heavensward, Bards got Warden's Paean. Now, Warden's Paean, the one that we know from nowadays, is an OGCD. So you can just like throw it on the warrior if they need it. And you can even use it preemptively. Like you can literally cast it on the warrior and then it'll just remove the pacification when they happen to get it. And I believe Warden's Paean lasts like 30 seconds nowadays. So you could just like see, oh, the warrior's casting Berserk. I'm just going to use Warden's Paean on them real quick. Problem solved. Now, originally in Heavensward, based on the information that I could find, Warden's Paean, 1, did not have a cooldown, and 2, had a 3-second cast time, and was a spell. Incidentally, all songs were spells in Heavensward and A Realm Reborn, originally. So they, like, switching songs was really painful, because it was a DPS loss, right, for the bard. But if the utility of whatever song it was big enough, then worth it, right? The trick was that I'm pretty sure Warden's Paean still gave that 30 seconds grace period where it would just intercept the first debuff you happen to get that could be removed. So in the opener, the bard could just throw Warden's Paean on everyone and just throw it on the warrior last, because you need it to last on the warrior. But if any removable debuff lands on anyone else, in the first 15 or 20 seconds or so, it'll just be removed automatically, which is pretty good. But what is less fun is becoming the Isuna bot for the warrior. Like, yeah, usually a healer should use Isuna. Like, usually they should do it because it's probably a lower DPS loss than having one of the DPS players do it. But it's the principle that the bard could do it too. So if the healers could argue they don't have time, the bard has time. They're just attacking anyway. And that's pretty much why, when you hear the stories of Heavensward bards being really annoyed that they had to deal with the Berserk for the warriors, as this was almost certainly why. Now, at some point in Heavensward, bard actually got a complete rework to their songs. Slightly, as to how they worked, which included making Warden's Paean an OGCD on a cooldown, as it is now. And then since I believe they have moved it to a way lower level, I'm pretty sure Warden's Paean was the level 58 or level 60 ability or action that you got as bard. Whichever one you don't get anything on is the one that Warden's Paean used to be on. They've just not filled in the empty slot. Pretty funny. Jet says, I just stepped on an innovation trap, so I can confirm it lowers damage. Fair enough. I just said I wasn't sure because I couldn't remember. I just remembered that it explicitly says that it reduces it increases damage taken. Giles says, in French the innovate status is called dans le cul? Huh? I'm not sure if that's correct. I'm pretty sure that was not correct at all, which means in the cabbages. I'm guessing that it's some sort of French thing to be in the cabbages. Intila says, from what I remember, there are weapon skills, aptitude, and spell type. So pacification does weapon skill, silence does spell type, for the left are aptitude if they don't resist any of the debuff. I don't know about the aptitude thing. The key thing is that sprint and, you know, general actions, they work a little different. A particularly interesting thing is that sprint has a slightly awkward weaving timing. I believe it does not actually work with the spell queue in the same way as normal actions do. Which means that I've seen some players make sprint macros because it's more like it sometimes feels like it reacts faster than a normal sprint button, which is very strange. Well, we can continue the pixie story, which means we get more pixie quests. It says, I can tell you from what I've seen, Sprint has nothing, and if you transform in a deep dungeon, the actions you get are labeled special and aren't bothered by debuffs. Yeah. It was more to say, if you're pacified, I'm assuming you can still sprint. I just never check.
Kaetsu, thanks to you, Lakeland is now brimming with fun and happy dreams. Though there's still much to do. The Mage has begun to regain its former shine, and for that I'm truly grateful. My best friend and I, we built the place together, you see, but they're gone now, and it falls to me to look after our precious garden. Oh right, the little girl whose nightmare we vanquished, she's having a dream right now. Would you like to go and see her together?
Why, yes, I'd love to.
Actually, I wasn't asking... Never mind. When you're ready, speak to Thunsul as before, and they'll show you in.
Aptitude, which is the French word. Oh. Like mana barrier you have on Black Mage. Well, that's abilities. So you have weapon skills, spells, and abilities. Sprint. So you can see here, you can see on my screen. I don't know if it's clear enough. You can see a spell. You can see it says Blizzard Fall spell, and here it says Sharp Cast is an ability, and here it says Piercing Talon is a weapon skill. Specifically Sprint, which is this is important because it's a combat action. It's something used in combat. It's not super interesting that Teleport doesn't have a type associated with it since you don't use it in combat. But Sprint doesn't have anything. And exactly, Jed. There is a specific floor type in Deep Dungeons that disables Sprint separately. Like, there's specifically a floor that disables Sprint, and other floors that disable abilities. But it's really weird. Sprint is just like a really, really weird button, just in general.
Want to go to Limek, do you? Well, very well. Just close your eyes.
These pixies.
Oh, you're the hero from my dream. The one who defeated the monster controlling my doll. You're so brave and strong, just like the Warrior of Darkness.
Well, glad to meet you.
Ever since I had that dream, I haven't been afraid to say how I feel. Well, it might still be a little bit embarrassing, but my heart feels so much lighter now.
That is well, child. It's poison for the soul to keep your feelings pent up inside.
Oh dear, is it that time already? I'd like to stay and talk some more, but I have to wake up soon. Thank you, all of you. Till next time. Well, how strange to receive thanks from a mortal. It's not a bad feeling.
I've been thinking, friends. With things settled in Lakeland, perhaps we may now turn our attention to those suffering from nightmares in other regions.
Yes, I think it's a good time now. What do you say we take ourselves to Colusia next?
No objections from me. Now, based on previous observations, an Anlad plants a potent nightmare within a chosen individual, who in turn spreads it to those around them. That little girl was one such person, the source of the nightmares in Lakeland. We must look for her counterparts in Colusia and elsewhere, and likewise aid them.
I see. Thank you for the, exposition. And I trust you can track down these people with your keen sense of smell?
But of course, is what I would like to say, but it has become complicated. In order to prevent further interference, it seems Anlad has taken to employing magics to veil the scent of the nightmare at the source. The result being, though I can sense the general area where nightmares are concentrated, I can't readily identify the individual from which they all emanate.
First you can't keep the nightmare down, and now you can't even find them. What use are you?
Come, let's not lose faith so soon. It just so happens I know someone who can help us. My creator. Let us go to Plaini and seek their counsel together. Jet, have you tried putting, like, using a sprint macro? I have heard that it makes it a little easier to weave it. I haven't tried it myself. I haven't had, like, major issues with it, but I can see how it would be annoying. And I don't know about that, Intila. I haven't thought about that. It makes sense to me that you can see it, see other players there. I'm guessing it's because we're at the same point of progression. Like, they were clearly walking up to the same girl and then turning to talk with the Porksy. So it made sense that they were in the same instance. Also, hey Mogustabby, I hope you're doing well. And Tila says, when I think about it, Lala are a perfect size to be a protector of children. Yeah, true. Like a little helper friend. And Sip says Lala's the perfect race to protect everyone from fights. That's why they're always the main tank. Well, they're not always the main tank. H1, I hope you're doing well. Child shields. Jet says, weaving pots, that's the real pain. I think it's just because using items, I don't know why, but they take about as long as, like, Stardiver in terms of, like, weaving time. It's ridiculous. This is my esteemed creator, Luke Ank. On the subject of the heart and the mind, I know none more versed than they. Master Luke Ank, I am returned. If it please you, these are my companions. We seek your sage counsel on the matter of the Pale Pixie. If it isn't Isil II, the namesake of my beloved teacher, pleased am I that you still think me your master. You are the hero who set free a fallen king. A fitting payment. Such a valorous deed calls for a fitting payment.
Look, Ank, just another Numa at the end of the day.
With all due respect, Master, we have need of haste. As you are aware, we are on a quest to eliminate nightmares, but the Pale Pixie has veiled the scent with magics. Is there no way to lift its effects? I'm afraid lifting such magics will be no easy feat. However, I believe we may greatly narrow down the search by considering the circumstance of the Pale Pixie's birth. That's weirdly specific.
Their birth, you say? There's always more of us appearing, so I hadn't given it any thought.
To state a commonly held belief, 'tis said that a pixie is born with the soul of a mortal who died in childhood, gathers new ether to itself. Are we following thus far? Brutal. Having originated from a life ended too soon, such a soul is often unstable and is defined by the needs that once drove its owner, needs that are highly susceptible to the influence of outside ether. This brings me to my hypothesis. Should a soul defined by unfulfilled needs take on ether laden with extremely adverse emotions, it may give rise to a nightmare-spawning pixie such as Anlad.
What ill luck to be born like this.
If this hypothesis is correct, we may confirm that Anlad is drawn to those who are tormented by the same unfulfilled needs. And as a pixie, it is in children most of all that they would see kindred souls.
I can say from experience that there's a strong connection between needs and dreams, and in the case of Colusia, most dreams are to do with food.
Food, you say? It's decided then. We search for children in Colusia whose hearts are hounded by hunger. As I mentioned, an Anlad has veiled the scent of the source, but the nightmares are concentrated in Right. Our task, then, is to find a child there who suffers from nightmares yet gives off no scent. Let's set out at once. I mean, if you knew it was in Right all along, Right is a really small town. We probably could have found it easily without help. A moment. Given the service you have performed for us, we owe you a tremendous debt. I cannot feel at ease until it is repaid. Is there no service I can offer you? Nothing at all. In that case, you are staying in Lidarad, yes? If it would not be considered overly bold, I shall take myself there. My familiars are at your disposal, should you need them. Fila says, do Do we know any exact reason as to why Duty Finder trials don't have minimum item level settings like in Party Finder? Fights with minimum item level are so much fun. You mean why you can't do like this? And then Q, is that what you mean? Like set your to minimum item level and then Q? Is that how you mean? I think it's because if you want something specific like that, then they think it's best that you like make a pre-made yourself. I think it's just because there's a very, very, very small amount of players that would actually want to do like a trial roulette and then do it as minimum item level. Like most of the time it wouldn't like it's fun to do it, but I'm pretty sure the biggest fun from it comes from doing it with friends. Fila says, why do we have to split it? Because if you queue for minimum item level and the 7 others don't, then it means that you clicked the button to show up in not exactly true, but basically the equivalent of your boxer briefs when everyone else actually showed up in outfit. Like, it's not exactly that, you're just at a significant item level disadvantage. And there's no reason to do that. Like, I'm just saying, if you queued for Alliance Raid Roulette, for example, and you landed in Skate, for example, there you'd like everyone to do their best, because it's not an easy Alliance Raid. You can easily wipe there if someone is memeing, right? And then you turn and see that your tank is only wearing a chest piece. They just unequipped all the other gear pieces they have. You'd probably be a little confused and possibly really annoyed. Because they're intentionally choosing to make it harder. And while they might find it fun, they're choosing to make it difficult for everyone else who didn't sign up for that. You could say that's the same as someone that is genuinely undergeared, like they don't actually have better equipment, queuing up for a trial and landing content so that they're undergeared. But there's a difference between not having good gear and going in and trying your best, and actually having good gear and then intentionally not using it. Like, it's the same as I've talked about previously. It's okay to suck at Final Fantasy XIV. It's okay to suck at Final Fantasy XIV if you're actually not good at Final Fantasy XIV. If you're actually good at Final Fantasy XIV and are just intentionally playing badly, that's much less okay, right? Fila says, it feels like first-timers just don't get to see or experience the fight as how they were doing release. The final day is a specific outlier. And hilariously so, Hades was equally over-trivialized during the final patch of Shadowbringers. For some reason, they didn't actually add a item level restriction of any kind. I don't think they have anyway. It doesn't say that it has like an item level sync, does it? Is the item level sync here? Here it just has like a minimum item level to enter. And trials really don't have that. The problem is that is missing. The problem isn't that you can't do it minimum item level, it's that there is no ceiling. And because of that, max level stuff for any given expansion, the trials just become too easy, and as you say, it becomes very boring. For example, the final day, if you queue for it right now, and you end up with not a group of sprouts, essentially. And I say essentially because at that point they might actually not be sprouts. If you get a group that is, mostly crafted gear and such, you will not see the entirety of the finale of that fight. It is going to end early, which really sucks. That's why when we did it on these streams, I tried my best, and we were so lucky to have it, a full party so that we could queue for it as minimum item level. But the key thing is that actually the final day is not easy on minimum item level. So for that reason, it makes sense. It makes sense that it is something that everyone involved has to be signing up for. I think that's reasonable. Exactly, Jet. It's okay to suck as long as you're actually trying to put in effort. Exactly. The trick is if someone actually wants to experience each trial as difficult. That's what you use the party finder for, right? Like, that's the way to go about it. The problem is that often you just can't do that. There's also the part that, for example, Bowl of Ember's Heart. No item level restriction, so it's very, very easy to just overwhelm it with full item level 130, right? But even if you did it minimum item level, it would still be easier than it was supposed to be. Like, it will not be the correct experience. And that is the key problem here, is that Bowl of Embers was actually balanced around the fact that you can, I don't know if you can anymore, but you could stun Ifrit. In fact, originally, and I know that from reading like a really old post, originally there was no such thing as diminishing returns. It just depended on whether you had enough stuns. So every time Ifrit used a specific mechanic, you just cycled stuns to make sure he didn't get to do it. So that he would skip it, for example. You can't do that anymore. Which means that anything you do, the fight will not be the same. Back in A Realm Reborn, tank stances mattered a lot more. Enmity was more difficult to deal with. Healers probably did less damage. They had the cleric stance to juggle. Tanks had only an enmity combo and things like that. Like, there's a lot of differences. So it's really, really, really difficult to determine if it would even be good to offer this as an option to like make the fights hard by doing minimum item level. I don't know. I don't know what's right. I'm not saying that I am sitting here with the answers. I'm just saying that on the one hand, it would be nice to see the fights be more difficult. On the other hand, there is no such thing as experiencing the old fights as they were. So I think that the best middle ground is to say, oh, you just have to use minimum item level and do it in Party Finder. Also, Gilano says, I think that is why Unreal is a thing. That is a very good point. Bevel says, how hard are the hard AR trials? They're meant to be beaten in a single setting, so don't worry. They're challenging in a way, mechanically, but they're meant to be beaten in a single sitting, so it's not that hard. Wool says, I'm new to the channel, just wanted to pop in and say thank you. Your videos have helped me a lot and you explain classes very well. I just started playing and just beat Heavensward. Well, welcome to the game, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Taylor says, I'd hope there are some time, not so serious like if it would be in the source, you would have to search all the continents and all small villages in the first, so Norrent, there are like 10 smallish villages. Oh, like with the quest here, that's true. That's true. But we already knew it was in Kalusha, and Ezel already knew it was in Right, so it's like... Isel was like, I don't know where to start the search. I only know that it is here. It's someone here. And there's like 5 children in this town. It's one of the children. I don't know where to start looking. Chat says, and by putting in effort, I mean read your tooltips. I swear, if I have to see another scuffed red mage rotation in expert roulette, like jolt into the Aero 2, I will flip all your pancakes. Well, that sounds convenient. Now you know if you're making pancakes, Jet will come to help you. Actually, I'm just going to fix some lights here. I'm not actually red. Sip says, if I had a level 90 in your expert roulette not using AoE string pulls, it's extra fun when it's a tank. I had a bottom's middle with a tank that refused to use AoE attacks. Just flat out didn't use them. They also didn't really use defensive cooldowns. And they said that they knew best because they had all tanks at max level. So, you just keep your nose in your coffee. I know what I'm doing. Healer who's complaining that I'm taking way more damage than a normal tank should. And DPS that's complaining that I can't hold aggro. I know what I'm doing. I'm not the one in the wrong because I have all tanks at max level, which everyone knows requires that you're skilled with all tanks, because you can only reach max level with a job if you're skilled at it. Right? And Sealer says, didn't old MMOs usually have the enmity stuff be way more important? Because today you are at least... You need 10 level difference. Well, so the thing is, nowadays, tanks do 10 times their DPS as enmity. And DPS do 1 times their DPS as enmity. Healers do half of their healing done as enmity, spread evenly between all the enemies. So if there's only one enemy, it's just 50% of all the healing you do. That can quickly add up if you're, you know, spamming Medica or something, a Flatus Rapture or something like that. But because tanks do 10 times the DPS as enmity, it's not even close. It's not even close to mattering. Back in the day, tank stances tripled the amount of enmity you did, but it simultaneously reduced the damage you did by around 20%. So it was closer to increasing your enmity by 140% after losing 20% of your damage output, right? And then also tanks just didn't do ridiculous amounts of damage. And because it was so low amounts, healers spamming AoE heals could actually grab aggro from the tank very easily, especially if the tank wasn't using their tank stance, which was a thing because they had a damage stance. Just to put it into perspective here, Warriors' Fell Cleave, you know, their signature Fell Cleave, was exclusive to their damage stance. So if you were in tank mode, you could not use Fell Cleave. Now, you might be thinking, but wait! Warriors have basically been known to be only using Fell Cleave since they got it in Heavensward. Correct. And now you know why it was a little bit of a problem with enmity. You know what you're doing, so go in bottom's middle alone. You'll be alright. You know tanks the best. Exactly. Well, if you think you're so smart, then you probably don't need any of us. Until it's just max level, like the ones you could pay for level 80. Yeah. Just make sure your damage is higher in DPS stance. Than the DPS are doing. Good, easy. Yeah. So I'm going to continue this quest after this thing, but I just want to say the problem with the whole tank stance thing in Final Fantasy XIV, part of the reason why I think they got rid of it is, so you know how much like optimization we have in Final Fantasy XIV these days. Tenacity is bad because it increases your damage by less than crit does. Piety is bad because it doesn't increase your damage. Direct hit and determination are not as good as crit because crit increases your damage better. Healers shouldn't be casting healing spells unless it's absolutely crucial because it's a DPS loss, all these things. If tank and DPS stances existed for tanks now, then you can probably imagine that most of the guides would be like, well, you start your opener by not using the tank stance, and then going from there, which is a disaster waiting to happen, because in Stormblood, when I started, so all DPS jobs and healers had enmity management tools. So tools that had some effect on your enmity generation. All DPS had this action called diversion, I believe, which just cut the amount of enmity you were doing in half for a bit, which meant that if you're like bursting, you could just go diversion and then it only does half that, which helped a lot. All of the ranged physical jobs, so at that time, Bard and Machinist, they had Tactician, which increased TP recovery, not important, and Refresh, which increased MP recovery, also not important. They also just deleted half of your enmity, if I remember correctly, just deleted half of it, which was totally balanced. Lucid Dreaming also had the same effect, just deleted half of it, or at least in all three cases. I'm not 100% sure if it deleted it, but it also had this diversion mechanic where it cut your enmity generation in half. The point is that all DPS had ways to influence the amount of enmity they did, and because all of these things were cooldowns, you had to use those. Like when the Black Mage used ley lines, they should also use Lucid Dreaming to like put a silencer on their enmity generation to make it less crazy. Now the thing is, if the tank is using a tank stance and they're just using the tank stance from start to finish in a fight, then the DPS don't need to do anything. The tank could easily manage that, no problem. If the tank uses DPS stance, then it doesn't actually matter whether the DPS are doing things to hold back their enmity, because that is not good enough on its own. Not in a raid. The tank can only do so much. Which leads to weird things like the Provoke Shirk Juggle. Some of you may know this. So tanks have Provoke, which at the time just matched your enmity with whoever's at the top. So what you would do is you have the main tank who's doing their thing. The off tank uses Shirk on the main tank, transferring 25% of however much enmity they have to the main tank. Then they provoke, pushing them up to this 125% value. Then the main tank uses Shirk on the off tank, pushing them a further 25% ahead. And then the main tank provokes again. And then we continue, just like you're just generating 50% more enmity out of thin air. You had to do things like this. And also your DPS needed to manage their enmity. Then your tank could use DPS stance. You needed to do all of those things. But in a casual group or an otherwise uncoordinated group, you hear me say this a lot, basically a raid team that is comprised of randoms, You don't know if everyone actually knows what they're doing. It doesn't matter whether they've completed P12S. They might have somehow stumbled backwards into victory by just knowing the mechanics well, or just trying enough times, or maybe they were lucky. Or maybe they joined a group where everyone else knew what they were doing. Having the clear doesn't mean that you know what you're doing necessarily. So that's what I mean when I say an uncoordinated group. And back then, an uncoordinated group, that simple fact alone could mean that it's not safe for the tanks to go full DPS stats. And the thing is, what I think the developers discovered is that tanks really wanted to be in the DPS stats because it was more fun to do more damage. Right? It was more fun to do more damage. It was more fun to use Fell Cleave. For Dark Knights, it was more fun to use Blood Weapon than, I think it was called Dark Grit, or like Blood Sacrifice, or something fancy like that. Blood Weapon made you swing faster and made you generate MP with your attacks. The other one made you generate MP when you were attacked. More interesting when you have an impact on it, right? So all three tanks would rather use their damage stance than their tank stance if they could. It was more fun. How do you fix that? Just delete the tank stance. Make it unnecessary. Just delete it. Remove it. There is a subsection of players that cared about it, but I'm pretty sure the reason they cared was more that it put a lot more emphasis on your skill. So keep aggro, but given that tanking isn't exactly the most popular role in the game, neither is healer, there's no reason to put the bar to entry higher than it needs to be. By making it rather easy to tank, it means that the bar to entry is very low, so if you want to tank, you can. Gazel says solo level up to level 30, then go PvP for the rest of the levels. Gazel, solo level up to 30, and then just do fates anywhere to 90, or just level up with Wondrous Tales. You could also just do PvP. In fact, you could do PvP and not even play the job you're leveling. As long as you're doing frontline, you don't have to play the job to get the experience. Right, there's many ways to reach level 90 with a job without playing it. A DPS stance does exist. Healers as well, just ask a blue mage. And Mogostavi says, I've been playing Bard a lot recently while leveling it to 90, and I'm really starting to enjoy it. Only level 71, but the abilities just flow well for me. That's good. And yeah, TP was removed with the introduction, with the release of Shadowbringers. It's just in Stormblood, TP was spent in such small quantities that it was only relevant if you were AoEing. It meant that all physical damage dealers would run out of TP during AoE pulls, which made it a little more dangerous to pull super big, because if you ran out of TP early, then you were kinda stuck with these 15 mobs you have pulled. Yes, this village positively reeks of nightmares. There can be no doubt. The source is here, spreading their influence to those around them.
Did that pig just talk? Did it say something about nightmares?
We're investigating nightmares.
Truly? Then perhaps you can help me. A child I recently took in, he's been having terrible nightmares. I don't know what to do. The boy was originally from a nearby village. His parents abandoned him and went to try their luck in Yulmore. It's sad, I know, but I'm afraid it's not an uncommon story in these parts. Brutal. Anyway, for a long while he was alone and had to fend for himself. He was on the brink of starving to death when I found him and brought him here. I managed to nurse him back to health, but the experience seems to have scarred him. He refuses to eat unless he's ripe to collapse, out of fear that the food will run out.
Where's the child now? Hey Lemon, I hope you're doing well. I guess I'm winning in a way.
I thought I saw him playing on the north side of the village earlier, but like as not, he's fallen asleep. He always seems tired these days.
Oh yeah, if you have nightmares all the time. Thank you for sharing this with us, man. Rest assured, we shall do all we can. I dare say this is a promising lead. Come, let us search for the child. Find the child. The nightmare child. It's a right boy. Not to be confused with a wrong boy.
No. Get away from me. Get away.
Tossing and turning in his sleep, yet not a whiff of a nightmare. I believe we've found our source. To be so hungry yet be unable to eat. No child deserves to suffer so. Rest easy now, lad. We shall vanquish your nightmare.
Let me get this straight. He's hungry, but he refuses to eat, even though there's food? I don't understand mortals sometimes. Anyway, we all remember what to do, yes?
I don't know how long I can hold it in. Quickly this way.
Here I go. Get ready, Caetsu.
Is that supposed to be food? Intila says, well, she didn't remember the important part in case food runs out for some reason. You know, in a mostly destroyed world, that is a good point. Well, I think what Tibek was confused by was specifically the part that the kid is literally served up and offered food and refuses to eat because maybe it runs out. Which is a little silly.
Cannot unsee. That thing's going to haunt my dreams.
But it will haunt the young boys no more. Let us hasten back to Wright and see how he fares. We come back and he's also turned into a blob monster. I completely forget that I can fly on this character. He's awake.
What the? Do I know you? It feels as though I've met you before. Both you and the flying pig. Ah, so you found him.
How do you feel, my boy? My boy.
It's strange. I was having a terrifying dream, but it suddenly turned happy. Then I woke up, and my stomach, it doesn't feel like it's in knots anymore. Well now, what dream was it that you saw? It's kind of hazy, but there was a great gluttonous monster that ate everything. I was fighting it and losing, but then someone appeared and helped me, and together we defeated it. And I'm hungry now. Mother, I'm starving. Can I have something to eat? But of course, my dear boy. You can have as much as you like. We mightn't have anything fancy, but we grow enough here to feed everyone. You needn't fear ever going hungry. So come, let's go home. I'll even bake you a sweet.
Yeah!
It was you, wasn't it? The hero who helped me in my dream? Thank you. Thank you so much.
That is very sweet. I think an important part is that cat Mikoto lady specifically said that the child is an orphan. His parents left him, but he called her mother. Just goes to show that the parent is the one who steps up, right? Ugh, they're back.
Why? Why do you interfere? We would ask you the same question. Why won't you have fun with dreams like a normal pixie? Fun? What does that mean? You really don't know? If you're not making mischief, what is it that you're trying to do? What's your purpose? What's my purpose? I don't know. I merely follow my heart. Since being born, there are two dreams I see. One where I can never reach someone I love, and another where I'm crying alone in a cramped old castle. When I awaken, I'm driven by a burning desire for them, for that someone, though their face is a blur, and for Meg, oh, so nostalgic Meg. What do you mean? Why Meg? And who's this someone?
Well, that was certainly perplexing. But in any case, we've accomplished our mission here. So come, my friends. Another gate wants for opening in Meg. That is very true, Intila. It's simply that this character has been doing the MSQ, which meant that not doing the side quest and getting ether currents. So usually when we've been playing this character, if we needed to traverse anything with flight, if I needed to fly over a chasm or something, I've had to ask for help. But nowadays we can fly the places we need to. I feel as it sounds like the boy got into AMK Seal, so it feels like it was him fighting together with you. Ah, he became a small chicken. He became the chicken. It is quite funny whenever you visit this area, there's this huge run and you can't mount. Just have to run all the way.
I'm sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest. Bigger is better. We've been waiting for you, Caetsu. If truth be told, Adlad's words still weigh on my mind, but I dare say we've earned a moment of fun. Oh yes, we're going to open another gate, and we're going to put the bubbles where we've gathered to use.
And how does one use these bubbles exactly?
What was it that you said, Izel? Better to show than to explain or some such? Right, Caetsu, I want you to do the honors again. This time, hold an image of Colusia in your mind.
It is very nice when you've finished it. It was more to say that you have to run through the entire area to get to the objective where you can't mount up or anything. It's a little unusual, I feel. It's bubbles! 4 bubbles. What are you going to make with the bubbles? And she made... It made... a whole playground. Including a house made of candy and sweets. By freeing the little boy in Right from his nightmares, you and yours have reclaimed the dreams of those in Colusia, which is apparently about sweets and food and playgrounds. Furthermore, using the dream bubbles, Tebek has created a house of treats and an array of play equipment.
Surprised, yes? Feel free to stay and play as long as you like. We'll be waiting for you outside.
Oh, awesome. Sick. Nice. A playground. How can I get up? Can I get up there? Can I get on that? Sick. Ow. See, this would be more exciting if you could actually ride it. Whee! There's another one there. That's dangerous. What is this? There's another one here. And it just ends into the dirt. That's not safe. How does that pass regulation? Right, where's the exit? Suddenly there's too much stuff here. And Taylor says the most unusual thing is the item you need to upgrade mount speed on the floor is a map. That is pretty funny. I think it's also very interesting, if I remember correctly, the maps that increase your mount speed doesn't really say that it's only ground speed.
There you are, Caetsu. I trust you had fun. Amazing what you can do with happy dreams and a touch of pixie magic, right?
This Porksy, for one, is thoroughly impressed. You truly live up to your reputation as a founder of Liamake.
You know, Caetsu, if you liked it in there, you're welcome to make Liamake your home. Oh yes, forever and ever and ever. Right, now that we reclaimed Colosia, we must work to fill it with lots of happy dreams. If you're willing to help, Uine yonder will set you some tasks.
Excellent. Oh no, until I think you included it, you said on the floor. Do we have any rewards worth buying? A Macron cushion. The pet hotbar, of course. You know, the Porksy mount looks a lot more fitting when you're not that big. This and this. And then we fly there.
Guess which one?
Feeler says, I experienced the same thing, but worse. My siblings come to me with English words, asking them to translate them to Malay. Guess what? I completely forget the words. That can happen. It's like, the thing is, I know this from having to translate things from Danish, or vice versa. If you don't actually remember, and sometimes it's a word you don't use often, And you're just sitting there like, I sure don't know. Huh. So it's not that bad. Kill a thing. Kill one thing. Just that? Okay. How strong are you? How tough are you? It's quite funny, some of these dailies, you can do them in like a minute. How much XP is it they give? Oh, we're going to level up from that. What is it we get? Umbral Soul, right. Finally, we have Umbral Soul. We'd probably switch back to the mount roulette. We started using the big the magic school bus because we often had like an entourage of people. So it was a bit awkward if I pulled out a solo mount. There you go. Umbral Soul. Next zone, Raktika. Ooh. I wonder if we can kill both. Not quite. We're pretty close to killing both in just our initial barrage, but not quite. And then we have those. Miller's Regret. How? The MJRL's Regret. Sounds like Murloc speak. Miller's Regret. Just one. Just the one. And then there's the monkeys. Hey Sansu, I hope you're doing well. Hunter says, I miss Shadowbringers battle music. Was, in my opinion, better than current one. I really like the mid-boss version of the Endwalker theme, of the Endwalker like battle music, especially. But I can see what you mean. I think there's also just something with how it's over there. With how I feel like the jump from everything before Shadowbringers to the Shadowbringers like open world battle music is such a huge jump, because most of the music before that felt like it was like more specifically like atmospheric in a way, more almost like orchestral, and then you get to Shadowbringers and it seems like they just brought in like a rock band. And yeah, that'll do. Which is a very different feeling. Not a bad one, but just different. It stood out a lot more to me, is what I'm saying. Like, I noticed a lot more that the music was so different in Shadowbringers. Like, I'm just saying, like, the general battle music and boss music from A Realm Reborn and Heavensward especially seems so similar that I hardly notice if there is a difference. And in Stormblood, while it is clearly different, it's similar enough that it's easy to forget, at least to me. But in Shadowbringers, it is completely different. Immediately you notice. But maybe that's just me. Unfortunately, not much you can do about it, since you have to specifically be doing stuff in Shadowbringers zones to get that to get the Shadowbringers music. Fila says, this is the zone where I realized I can get hit while flying. What? Did you fly over something? And then just got bonked? Was flying above an S rank. Murder train. I died. That is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. You're just minding your own business and suddenly a boss just plucks you out of the sky. A little annoying in the moment. Hey Riku, I hope you're doing well. Oh boy. Oh boy. I was really hoping I could get a despair there to reset my Astral Fire. You just unlocked your first multi-mount. Nice, which one? I am doing very well, thank you. Oh, the one from E4? Right. Nice. Congratulations. Hila says, apparently the telegraph was on the ground and I was on top of it. That was what I was told. Yeah, ground-targeted actions in MMOs like that. Look! It's sugar! With 2 A's. Telegraphs or ground-targeted actions in MMOs can be weird like that. because usually combat is on only the ground planes. Most attacks don't even check the vertical plane to see if you're in range. So if you can see the attack is happening, then there's a very, very high chance that the game is going to count it as you being hit. This is not nearly as big of an issue in Final Fantasy XIV compared to, for example, World of Warcraft, simply because Final Fantasy XIV in like real fight scenarios, generally they don't construct dungeons very much vertically, specifically because like to avoid this being an issue, they just make dungeons usually like flat or horizontal, or if you're going to a different floor, it's usually like after a loading screen or something like that, so it's not an issue. But there are some dungeons in World of Warcraft that use the vertical plane a little bit, and by doing so, sometimes you will run into the issue of pulling something from a different floor somehow. Which is very funny. And that is probably something similar you experienced in that situation with the hunt mark. Is that you were technically within range to see the attack if you turned your camera downwards, but you didn't, so it kind of snuck up on you. That's my guess. You can deal with that one, Amkiseel. Surely you're powerful enough for that. I do that. Oh, that was why I was looking at Still Tide before and thinking I should go there. It's because I did actually have the whiptails. I just didn't notice as I clicked through the list. I pulled that one extra one a little too soon, maybe. Did I not cast Fire 1? Well, still killed it. Didn't drop stance or state. Is this all the way over there? Well, it could be anywhere in this entire area here. Riku says, I'm level 50 Black Mage. Was Flare used at the end of every fire phase? Or that's a complicated question. The simple answer is no. Like just blank no. On 3 or more targets, the answer is yes. On 2 targets, the answer is yes. On 1 target, the answer is if you can weave Swift Cast after an instant spell, so that means a Firestarter, a Fire 3, or a Thunder 3 with Thundercloud. And it is going to be your last spell. It's like you're using Fire 1. If you don't get a proc, you're going to be casting Blizzard 3. In that scenario, if you get a proc, you use the proc, weave Swift Cast and cast Flare, then you do. In all other situations, you don't. There's also the extra wrinkle that technically you might need that Swift Cast for mobility reasons later. Or maybe you need the proc for mobility reasons. Although, usually that is like, if you need the proc for mobility in 5 seconds, sure, save it. If you don't, then use it now. But the simple answer is usually no. You shouldn't use Flare at the end of every sequence. The reason why Flare isn't worth using in every fire state is because Flare takes 4 seconds to cast. It takes a huge amount of time to cast it, which makes it awkward. The reason why Swift Cast suddenly makes it worth it is because its recast time is only 2.5 seconds. So if you can remove that 1.5 second extra cast time, then it's not a bad spell. Then it's technically better than Fire 1. Like, that's the reasoning why you only want to cast Flare on single target if you can Swift Cast it. At level 72 you get Despair, which you should finish every fire state with. It's basically a single target version of Flare. But it is a little weird. It's understandable. It's a good question. Oh, whoops. Food running out. New food. Wait, how many? 3. I hope that makes sense, Riku. But it is one of the weirder parts of Black Mage, this whole thing with Flare. Does that mean for now, if Swift Cast is available, you can use Flare? Or only if the previous attack was a proc Fire 3? If the previous attack was a proc anything, basically an instant cast, then you can Swift Cast. The reason why there is this specific asterisk that it has to be Fire 1, proc, Swift Cast Flare, is because if you weave something as a Black Mage after a full cast time spell, then it adds, the weaving time of the ability, which means that if you do a normal Fire 1, Swift Cast Flare, then you're subtracting 1.5 seconds of Flare's cast time, and then adding half a second of Swift Cast's animation lock instead, which kind of defeats the purpose. Like, it's still technically fine, but that half a second is pretty massive. I don't recommend wasting Swift Cast for that kind of DPS gain. That's why I'm saying it has to be after a proc. It doesn't have to be after Fire 3, but it has to be after a proc. Which means that if you have Thundercloud, you can use that too. The key thing, I talk about this particular thing in my level 1 to 50 Black Mage guide, so if you're uncertain, I do outline this in detail there as well. You should not save a proc to do this trick. You should only use Flare after a proc if you were going to use that proc anyway. And you're only going to use Flare after that proc if it was your last spell anyway. It's like you're going to go do Fire 1, Fire 1, Fire 1 with procs in between as you get them. And then, when you can't Fire 1 anymore, that's when you go, oh, well, I have a proc and I have swift cast, and then I can use flare. The only weird part that can happen is, so Fire 1 costs 1600 MP. Yeah, like Fire 1 costs 1600 MP. So if you have 2400 MP and you cast Fire 1, you drop down to 800 MP. Flare still accepts costing all of your MP if you have at least 800. If you have less than 800 MP, then Flare does not, like, is not available. Like, 800 MP is the minimum requirement to take all of your MP for a spell for some reason. So if you have 2400 MP, you can go Fire 1, Firestarter proc, Swiftcast Flare. If you have 2300 MP, so you drop to 700 due to Fire 1, then you can't do Fire 1, Firestarter proc, Swiftcast Flare because you drop to 700 MP. Which means that if, like, it is possible that you land in such a situation. It's unlikely that you land in such a specific MP threshold, but it is possible that it happens. But if you are in, like, the threshold of anywhere between 1600 MP and 2300 MP, so little that you can't both cast Fire 1 and Flare, then the fire before that, so if you were at 3900 MP, for example, then you do Fire 1, you land at 2300. If you do Fire 1 again, you land at 700. If you are at 3900 MP in this particular example, use Fire 1, you get a Firestarter proc. Then you should still do Firestarter Swiftcast Flare if you can have the Swiftcast to spare. The reasoning being that you're choosing between one Fire 1 and a Flare. And Flare does slightly more damage. Yes, Fire 1 can give you a Firestarter proc, but that is technically a, like, random chance. So in that very moment, I would typically, because you would only need this trick in a low-level dungeon or trial, and in lower-level content, fights end faster. So choosing to prioritize Fire 1 on the off chance that maybe you get an additional Firestarter proc is less valuable than getting slightly more potency now, in my opinion. But at the same time, I would simply recommend, like, just, like, don't think too hard about the flare thing. The DPS gain from doing this trick is not, like, enormous. So if you find it overwhelming or confusing, just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Just remember that on single target, flare is not worth using until you can unless you can swift cast it. Like, it has to be swift casted, otherwise it's not worth using on single target. And the swift cast has to be, you know, weaved, not used in between spell casts. Rico says, for me, is the stream lagging? Or is it just on my end that it's being a little weird? Rico, it might be. Is it lagging? It was a little bit. That's annoying. Oh well. It could be either or. I was noticing something on my end as well, but I'm not sure. Hopefully it's not too bad. Rika said, for me, that still happens sometimes. But I think I just do the rotation wrong, and that's why. I don't know. If you're using specifically, if you're not using Scathe, in your, like, fire phases, and you're not, like, excessively using Thunder, like, if you're at most using Thunder once per fire phase, then there shouldn't be anything weird. Like, then it should be fine. The reason why I say at most is because when you enter the fire state, you have enough MP to cast 5, well actually 6 fire ones, I'm pretty sure. 8,000, 9,600, yeah. 6 fire ones. And a thunder. But if like that is actually what's going to happen, is like there's a very good chance that you're going to land in the particular situation where you have to choose between flare or fire 1. But at the same time, there's many ways that can play out. The primary reason being that fights at lower levels tend to not drag on for very long. Which is, as I said, part of the reason why this swift cast flare trick sometimes might be worth doing. Because it's like a very, very, very small DPS gain in the immediate, like, in the immediate present situation. Whereas, where on earth are these blue swimmers? There's some other jobs that have similar problems, situations where choosing to do what's valuable, like right now, at a DPS loss later down the line becomes worth it at lower levels, simply because your options are do damage that is useful now, or don't do damage that's useful now. Like a particularly good example of that, I think, is the discovery, or the, well, I don't know if I'd say straight up discovery, but the existence of the 5 high fire 2s and single flare rotation at level 82. This happens because 5 fire 2s will do slightly more damage than the double flare sequence that you can do at that level, but it takes longer to perform it. And because it takes longer to perform it, sometimes it's better to not do that. Right? Like simply the argument being, well, the double flares take like 1 or 2 seconds less to perform than, like, because you're exchanging 2 high fire 2s which take 6 seconds for a flare which takes 4. It doesn't even matter that there's like a swift cast to be considered there, because time, it is something that often happens in like expert roulettes if I'm playing black mage. Unless I'm going into the pack with nothing and I feel like this is going to really drag out, I will almost always just do the double flare, because by the time I've done the second flare, it's like cleanup time. There's barely anything left to fight. What do we do now? It's a long boy. It's the big snoot. Hey Kids and Echo, I hope you're doing well. It's a long dog. It's like those borzoi. Didn't I do it for you? Let's go to Kugane, pick up the clan hunts there. And then I was thinking queue for leveling roulette. I don't know if there's anyone in the chat that wants to join me for some roulettes, because that could also do. But if I'm queuing for them, it might be a little bit, so it would be awkward if I had run out of stuff to do. Mom's dog, give it back. She gave it to me. Also, hey, mini stabber. Are you perhaps an acquaintance of Moku Stabby, or no relation? Let's start with the Ruby Sea one, since we're over on this side of the world anyway. You're welcome to join then, Rico. I'll wait for you. I'm not entirely sure if there's any targets that were actually closer to this section of the map. I don't think there was. Oh, but there's the Igazame. That's something. Do those, and then teleport to the turtles. Intila says that you do the true endgame housing. I don't plan on getting a house on this character. Like, I don't plan to get one. I don't think the character needs one. So I feel like it's more reasonable to leave the housing for the players that, like, want a house. Also, this character can't afford a house. On a completely different note. I feel like I also have done enough true endgame housing on my main. Oh right, this story is also progressing. I don't know if I can, like, pick up. Never mind. Sip says Kai has done endgame housing so much that he no longer finds it fun, which is why he's requested me and Arya to do it. Actually, the reality of that is that I don't find housing to be particularly fun in general. So, like, I would do it, like, if I wanted to do housing, like, if I had nothing in my house, I might add a few things. But I happen to know that both Ari and Sip have, get a lot of fun and enjoyment out of, like, furnishing a house. So it's like, you want to do mine too? And, I mean, it looks like they've had fun with it. But that is, like, the proper, like, backstory to that is that, I didn't really care about being the one furnishing my house. But if someone else is like, oh, can I do it for you? Like, you know, like a bozoi. Then sure. I love adding random ponds into people's housing. How did you know? I mean, you added more than a pond. Nini Stabber says 100,000 will not buy you the lawn on this character. Well, I have 900,000, nearly 1 million. But I also said I didn't want a house. Fortunately. Tristan says I'm having dinner. Maybe afterwards I can come over to cut queue times. Well, you're welcome to join. That would be fun. Good, you are here. We are preparing to embark on a search for treasure. Would you,
I was certain he would follow through, but alas, he wishes to invite you on our expedition. But perhaps we should begin by explaining where we are going and why.
Actually, I just remember I gave that a ridiculously deep voice or a deeper voice because it's a god speaking through a doll. Shigita's pirate associates in Yangsha have informed him of a treasure that may prove suitable for our vault. If what we have been told is true, the owner of said treasure can be found somewhere near Namai. Our mission is to befriend this individual and see if there is aught we can do to trade for this oddity. Whatever it may be. Now, let us be off. It says, pay me 100,000 and I'd add you as a housemate so I can water my plants daily. That seems more like you're asking someone to pay you to be to do work for you. A little backwards. Right, let's do that quest and then come back to Ruby Sea for the hunts that remain. This villager claims to have knowledge on what we seek. I can only tell you what I've heard. Whether or not there is truth to it, you must decide for yourselves. If I may ask, what exactly is this treasure? Forgive me, I had forgotten it can speak. I do not mean to question your decision to come here, but I sincerely doubt any treasure you find will compare to this doll. That may well be true, but our aim is to create a collection. To that end, we came here following the rumors of a treasure here in Namai. No doubt a burdensome quest if every piece must be a curiosity such as you. Sadly, I cannot say what this treasure is, only that its owner is of the Namatsu. How can you be certain what they possess is of any worth? He has been seen carrying something about the glittering basin with the greatest of care, but only briefly. Upon realizing he is not alone, he leaves with all haste. He speaks with no one, and so we are left to wonder what it is he guards so dearly. If you mean to approach him, it will not be easy. How are we to strike a deal with such a seemingly skittish character? We must find something that Namatsu is willing to trade for. That he might stay and consider an exchange instead of running away. Yes, an excellent idea. Then let us begin our search. Let's randomly find some other treasure to trade. Not so fast, my friend. If he were to appear before us here and now, we have naught with which to barter. Our time would be better spent learning about this Namatsu. We have already inconvenienced Caetsu greatly. We must not keep her away from her other duties. Sympathy for a comrade. Well, I suppose it would be prudent to know where the Namatsu can be found when we are ready to bargain. Very well, let us find an ideal location to better survey the area. Mini Stabber says, just found out I'm missing lots of stuff from the new events on the 27th, so really looking forward to them. It's going to be nice. I saw a lot of stuff. I thought it was pretty funny because it's like either the previous Moogle Tombstone event or the one before that. I would still have been missing some of the like Stormblood mounts that are up for grabs now. But now, I don't need any of them, so I'm just looking at it like, wow, there sure is a lot to get here that I don't need. Insealer says, in case you one day ask someone to decorate your house, a low price for 100 furniture, and the furniture alone is 2 million. I took 6 million when I decorated the FC of my static. Well, the thing is, I have said to both Arya and Zip that they shouldn't have to like throw a huge amount of money at my house. So if there's something they want to use for decoration that is a bit expensive, They can either just choose to not do it, or they can ask me for the money, and then we'll look at it. Meanwhile, Sip just, like, uses money out of his own pocket to do it anyway. And then specifically tells me he does not want me to pay him back. So, I'm really grateful for that. But I'm also scared that he's spending so much money on my house. Dye everything in pure white. Well, fortunately he isn't dyeing everything in pure white. He's also dyeing a lot of things in cherry pink, which I have provided him with. Such your surroundings within a master. But yeah, if you were to like ask someone to decorate your house, a typically significant part is to also make sure that you're actually... one of them is acting odd. Huh? But yeah, a significant part, if you're paying someone to decorate your house, is that you should also consider that the items they use to decorate your house also cost money. So like, if you're like, oh, it's quite steep to pay someone like 2 million to decorate my house. Yeah, but they have 0 profit. You found him. Well done, Caetsu. But where's he headed? We must find a better vantage point. Intila says, while we're on that topic, for content, you could show your house of your viewers. That's true, but I don't know how much people would find that entertaining. But that is something we could do. Like, that is something we could do on tea time, for example. If people would find that fun. Usually what happens is we talk about something, and then I review some clips that you all sent me, and then we talk about something, and suddenly we've been talking for 3 hours. And then there's not much time for other stuff, but we could just do that. Yeah, I could imagine having to like control a camera like this would be very awkward on a controller. Where? Oh, there. He seems to be digging. This must be where he buried the treasure. At last, we can see what it is he got so dearly. Ah, so it is a vase we're after. The only question remaining now is why must he act in secret? The answer may be our key to approaching him. Uh-oh. The Red Kojin. So we are not the only ones come in search of treasure. Quickly, Kabuto. Talk me away and get down there. We have to stop them. And Tila says, I'd say it's more entertaining if you already decorated at least a house, because you know when someone did a lot of work of finding the perfect furniture for a house. I mean, I know the intricacies of like making something unique in a house, like the glitching that sometimes is required. I know that. I just haven't spent that much time decorating a house of my own. But I know how to do the things, I just don't spend the time doing them. Stay back. The Namatsu is safe, but they've taken the vase. We have to get it back.
Please, please, just leave me alone.
No need to fear, friend. We are here to help. You hear that? The bungling Blue and his wet nurse want to help. No need to worry, you pretty little shell. We've only come to retrieve what is by rights ours, and he was more than willing to give it to us.
Give it to you? You're a liar, and I still have the lumps to prove it. You're here to help, yes? Then you can start by teaching those brutes a lesson.
This treasure belongs in the vault. You know this to be true. Now stand down. No, give back the vase. Oh, how curious. Before he spoke as a whining child, but now he speaks as a would-be warrior. Lay down your sword and surrender. If you do, we may consider allowing you to work as one of our mercenaries. I would rather die than serve you red brutes. Watch your tongue. You stand in the presence of General Hirumaki of the Red. Now, Shaugi, let's not be rash with this would-be warrior. Given the right incentive, I'm sure he and his brothers could be convinced to join us. Never. Not for all the treasure in the world. Again with your whining. Perhaps the Blue are not worth having as mercenaries after all. Though I could be convinced, mark my words, when next we meet, I will have you on your knees begging to join us. And then they walked away in a cutscene so you can't stop them. Those fiends, do they think we will let them simply walk away? I think we are.
That doll, it talks.
Yes, well, though your coach and savior he is indeed brave, he is not the best with words. I step in on occasion to speak on his behalf. But enough of that. Kabuto, you must follow them. Kaitsu and I will be right behind you. I am on Alpha Light, Riku. A doll that speaks? Interesting.
Thank you for saving me. Would that we had met on better terms. My name is Kyoke.
Kaitsu, go and assist Kabuto. I will be along shortly with our new friend here. Oh. Well, excellent. Or something. He had reinforcements lying in wait. I managed to fend them off, but he got away.
There you are.
What of the vase? Were you able to take it back from them? My apologies, Tsukumo.
No need to concern yourself. No, I'm actually glad to be rid of it.
As Kyoke tells it, there is a rather unpleasant story behind that vase.
Indeed there is. It was not until after I came in possession of it that I learned of the misfortune that befell each of its previous owners. When the birds first began to follow me, I thought nothing of it, but then their droppings came. Every day, a torrent, a maelstrom of dung from the heavens. I grew suspicious, and soon after I learned the vase had been cursed by its maker. I made every effort, took every opportunity to get rid of it, but whether I dropped it into the ocean or abandoned it on a mountainside, it always found its way back to me, as did the storms. Eventually, I learned of a way the curse may be broken. It involves a small ritual which must be performed while alone. Otherwise, the misfortune would spread, and we mustn't have that. No. But if the Red Kojin want it, they can have it.
I see. Truly the world is full of strange treasures. In any case, I suspect the curse will soon come to an end. They will be taking the vase to the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Once enshrined within, it will be purified by the myriad kami inside. The vase will haunt you no longer.
Oh, thank goodness. I must repay you for your kindness. Come. If there is anything you would ask of me, name it.
Any thoughts, Kaitsu? Let Kabuto decide. How modest of you. Well, go on, Kabuto. The decision is yours. Well, the Blue Kojin are seeking allies, and, Of course, you're mostly merchants and traders. Yes, yes, that suits my plans perfectly. I was looking for partners with whom to do business. Forgive me for interrupting, but I could not help but notice you have quite the charm. What? I'm flattered, truly, but I don't think it would work between a Namatsu and... It is old, but it has an exquisite shine. Yes, that is indeed a marvelous chime that dangles about your neck. Oh, my chime! Of course, of course. What else could you have meant? Yeah, what else could he have meant? If you have a good eye, Tsukumo, these chimes are the pride and joy of the Namatsu. Why, I've worn this one about my neck since my first name day. The brilliant shine matched only by that of your kind-hearted soul, no doubt. Please stop, before you make me blush. Tell you what, as a show of good faith between soon-to-be partners in trade, how would you like one of these chimes? Not mine, of course, but I'm certain I can find one for you. That would be wonderful. Then I'm off to check my storehouse. When I find one, I will send it to Tamamizu post-haste. That went rather well, would you not agree? With Gyokei safe and a splendid chime promised to our vault, I believe our work here is done. Let us return to Tamamizu for a well-earned respite. Speedrun. Wait, do we have anything else in Yangsha while we're here anyway? Ayo, where the looping at? They do be looping. You have arrived on Light. What was your character name again? I am on Alpha Light. You can see it up in the top right here. What was your character name again, Riku? That was everything in Yangsha, I believe. Ah, right, you were Xyland North. Alpha. Alpha as in a tiny chocobo friend. Ah, you're returned. Bunshin was overjoyed to hear of our new trade partner in Gyokei. It would seem we are off to a spectacular start. Thank you for your help. I would say you more than helped, my friend. We would still be in Yangsha if not for your sharp eyes. In contrast, what would you say of Kabuto's performance this day? He brought honor to the Blue Kojin. He was a good boy. Indeed he has. Though Hiromaku escaped, Gyokei's life was spared, and soon our treasure vault will benefit from his generosity. I have much to learn. The difference in strength between Kaitsu and me is still too great. To acknowledge your limitations is the first step in overcoming them. Others may think you proud, but I can see there is more to you than that. You care deeply for the well-being of your people, though you have had few opportunities to demonstrate this. You have great potential, Kabuto, and I believe you may yet make a fine leader. Tristan also mentioned wanting to join. I don't know if Tristan is ready soon. Ilana says, I can also join. Well, that would make us 4, so that would be perfect. Yuka is not trading partner. Great. Pray to the chime. Hmm. Right, in that case, I will be right back, and then we can queue for some roulettes when Tristan and Gelano's ready. Remember, it's Alpha Light. Alright, I'm back. Do we have Gelano ready? Oh, Sip is also hanging out on Alpha. Just wanted to grab Smol Caetsu's character data. Do you want me to wait a moment, or did you already grab it? Right, so I'm thinking we're doing leveling, then 50, 60, 70, 80, and then trial, and then alliance raid, perhaps. We will not be doing main scenario. And we will not be doing level 90 or expert. At least not with me in the group. That is the plan. Sip says, but for reference, Kai didn't notice my random headpad when he was in a cutscene. Did you? Oh yeah, I see that now. Oh. I did not notice, no. No cutscene roulette. We could do it. If everyone wants to sit through it, then we could do it. I just don't want anyone to, like, be captive audience. And we're starting with leveling roulette. No guild. I don't even have guild hast. We're also not doing normal raid on account of me not having it. Oh, everyone is ready. Can I eat something? I cannot eat something while I'm ready to queue. Thank you, Sid. I forgot to click limited leveling roulette. Again. Sorry. So of course it gave us like a level 20 thing. Sorry about that. That is like a classic on this channel at this point. Not Aurum. I think we would have gotten Aurum Vale if I had remembered it. Oh boy. Such an awkward level range. Ugh. Bruh. I have said before, I don't mind Aurum Vale myself. It's not so bad. As far as I remember, the leveling roulette tends to like give you XP to adjust it so that it isn't a big issue to get like a low level thing. And that is the reason why it gives like an XP bonus, specifically to make sure that it isn't a problem that you get a low level thing or a short thing even. Fire! Fire! And fire! Uh-oh. Guess I'll just use thunder then. Ice! Thunder! Ice! A very good point. Of all the things, the benefit Black Mage has in this level range is that at least you have some options, whereas many melee jobs have like... They don't even have a 1-2-3 combo in this dungeon. Very true. Melee DPS jobs never have like an AoE attack. Like I think the earliest one is like Reaper or Samurai or something like that. I think they get an AoE attack like level 20 something. I think. I know Reaper does. But it's like the weird one amongst the melee DPS. Is Ice Mage viable in this range? I would say no. Because you have Fire 2, I don't think it's worth it to just spam Blizzard 2. You have to remember Fire 2 has the same cast time as Blizzard 2 and it does 40% more damage. So you're basically just getting 40% more damage for those casts. Like, it doesn't even matter that you spend like half a second transposing every now and then, because you're getting like that's like 16% of one cast. But you're getting 40% more of 3 casts. Maybe when you get freeze, but the problem is that at that point, when you have freeze, your Fire 2s do 80% more damage. And are less awkward to switch to, so still not worth it. There's not really, like, there's like an extremely slim level range where it would be worth it, I think. If it ever is. I think basically because Sastasha makes your level 18, the lowest level dungeon you can do, it's not worth using only ice magic. When are they going to add subclasses where I can be a pirate with lightning magic? That is weirdly specific. You want to be both a pirate and you want lightning magic. Oh, there's ranged mobs in these packs. A tip for that, Tristan, if you have ranged mobs in a big pool, is run back and stack the pack on top of the ranged mobs. You might already know that, as you just did it as I was saying it. I just thought I'd bring it up just in case you didn't. Dealing with ranged packs is not a very common thing to deal with as a tank, so it's understandable if you didn't know. I am in Alpha Light. It's the big, very big pool. It's the big pool. We're going very fast. But yeah, generally, if you're in like low-level content, the best jobs to play are like just insert the entire like ranged physical roster, because they get their AoE spells the earliest of all roles. Just for DPS, like DPS wise. As we looked over the other day with Jet Erickson, it appears that it's like if you want to get super nerdy about it, the absolute best job to pick if you're like stuck as a DPS job in a low-level dungeon is Machinist, because you just like you have 140 potency of on every attack. Like you think Black Mage has it good with their Fire 2s? No, that sucks. You could be a Machinist. All the people playing Baldur's Gate going Ed to Final Fantasy XIV. Oh boy. All the imps. You know, in this level range, there is almost... So we've talked previously about, sometimes, for instance, on the Discord and sometimes on streams, about how Scathe just really sucks. But, in the level range where you don't have any instant casts to transpose with and you need to transpose to switch mode, there's like almost an argument for using it. Like, if you use Scathe as you're like transposing into fire, if you time it just right, you might recover the MP you spent on Scathe, and then you can transpose to fire, and then use fire, without the awkward half a second of nothing. But it's so bad that it's still not worth it. Like, it's actually still better to just hard switch with transpose. You don't just use Scathe on Black Mage? Apparently not, no. It is a nice clan. Yeah, Gaza says, I have arrived. I mean, we're doing 50, 60, 70, 80 next. So we can, like, readjust the group a bit. Or you can also wait until we do the 8-man content. I don't know what people prefer. Right. What was the name of your... What was the name of your character again, Gazel? I can't remember. Sorry. Can't remember if I've written it down. Eclipse. We have a lot of Black Mage. And you also had to check. Wait, what is my name again? We have only Black Mage. Well, we're doing 50, 60, 70, 80 next. Anyone that wanna heal or tank? No, it's fine, Intela. We happen to have only Black Mage. I don't think it can be done. I don't think... Like, so the thing is, if we were doing, like... So the thing is, I know from... I think it was Matthew that demonstrated it, or told me that they did it. But Black Mage can solo Tasha synced. Don't know about minimum item level, but it can be done synced with Black Mage. Now, you might be wondering how that is done. The simple answer is 1, potions. 2 Scathe, and 3 Running, which might sound familiar based on how I play Scholar in much of my soloing. Turns out that, let me just ready check again. Turns out that running is very powerful when soloing content. I know, incredible. That is a very nice glam, guys. Oh, very nice. And of course, how many times have we gotten Keep of the Lake recently? Hey, did you know Scholar can actually solo this dungeon? A good brownie ice cream. That sounds very nice, Sip. I love ice cream. Oh. That's an awkward MP amount. A shocking amount of dungeons can be soloed that way in Tila. Not everything, but a shocking amount of dungeons. A particular one that can't be soloed like that is Smol Darkhold. Another one that can't be soloed like that is Braveflock's Longstop. Smol Darkhold can be soloed in a way, but not with potions and some kiting. But you may notice that I left out Aurum Vale from that list, because Aurum Vale can be soloed with some potions and kiting. Which I think is really funny. You can also solo Aurum Vale with some shenanigans on the first boss. Weirdly, the hardest part about soloing Aurum Vale is the first boss, because Locksmith has an undodgeable tank buster with no warning. And that's some of the scariest stuff when soloing, especially if you're doing it as a healer, because you kind of need to be ready for it. Otherwise, you're just getting stomped by the tank boss. So, like, you need to have full health and or Adlocurium up on you, like we saw in Keep of the Lake. So, generally, tank busters with any kind of warning automatically makes the fight way safer to deal with. Just the simple fact that there's a warning, like we saw in Keep of the Lake. The tank buster has a warning, the stack marker has a warning, so all of the mechanics that are actually like dangerous that could kill you, you can prepare yourself for, which makes them way safer to deal with. It's way better when your room is... It's 10 times better when your room is a sauna. I could imagine. You know, Sip, something that I also think works really well if your room is a sauna is... like, just grab, like either a bucket or, like, a... I don't know what the word is, you know, like some sort of water container that your feet can fit in, and fill it with cold water, and just sit with your feet in that. It's very, very cooling. And if you're gaming anyway, you're probably just sitting still and gaming, so it doesn't matter. You might need to either not have your feet in water all day, or maybe you'd need to replace the water every now and then. Depends on how you're feeling. But it's pretty nice when it's really, really, really warm and you don't have air condition. If you have a bad setup, if you have a badly set up PC, I'd say putting water next to PC is a bad idea. Well, I mean, my PC is on my table, so the water bucket on the floor is nowhere near the PC. But yeah, don't put water next to your PC. That is like asking for trouble. Like, you might think, oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, I won't mess it up. But you'll hate yourself for it when you inevitably mess it up. There's a Sick Knifer, that is a ranged mob. Oh, you've already seen. Great. There's also a very awkward pull here, because there's so many telegraphed attacks. Ow. Why me? Such a mean Colossus. Why me? And Tita says, the towel of my PC serves as a feet. Right, to put your feet on it. Maybe like a feet warmer. Very nice for the winter. Same for me, Sip. My PC is also what's really causing my room to be a little bit on the very, very hot side at times. Like, you're asking for trouble when you have like a small artificial sun in your office room, right? Or your apartment room, or whatever it is you're sitting in. Like, you're sitting there with like a small artificial sun in your room and going, huh, weird why it's so hot in here. I wonder why that could be. Strange. And the key thing is that it's not something to do with whether your PC has enough like air ventilation. If you have enough air ventilation, it just means that you're getting more hot air out in your room. Like, it doesn't make a difference. It's just whether, like, how much heat is the computer generating. That's ultimately what it boils down to. At least as far as I know. I used to do that too, like my PC on the floor, so you just park your feet on that. But when I got a one of those standing desks, so you can like change the elevation of the desk. To make sure that I didn't accidentally like raise the table to a point where the cables suddenly like disconnect, I put everything on the table. So that's why the PC itself is on the table. And the main reason I have a standing desk is because it's easier to adjust it so that it is just the right height for your table. Or for your chair, whatever it is. I don't actually use it as a standing desk. And there's a story behind that separately. Because I basically have a condition that makes it so that it's very painful for me to stand still on the same spot for an extended period of time. So I wouldn't really benefit from standing for extended periods of time. So I don't. It's pretty much the story. So this was asked about earlier in the stream, but I just like over the entire dungeon here, I've been making very sure to be aware to like stay aware of it, of the specific condition where you would use flare to finish your fire states at level 50-ish, and I had the one time where all the stars aligned and it made sense just now, once. A few times throughout the dungeon, I had a situation where I had the proc, or I had like I reached the exact MP amount and I had the swift cast, but I was missing the proc. Like one of the conditions prevented it from happening. So that was just to underline how rare the specific situation where finishing an astral fire state with flare is actually worth it. It does not happen very much. Which is why I was like, you know, if it's confusing, just don't worry about it. Because it's a like maybe once per dungeon kind of thing. Sometimes you're very lucky and it's way more than that. See, there I was in the right like MP amount. I had swift cast, no fire starter. Or Thundercloud. Nope. Nope. That was the proc one step too early. Oh, there it is. There's another one. Oh right, we have limit break. Enrico's got it. That is exactly classic me to not even use the limit break. We haven't had Ilya in the chat to say anything. Right. So next up is Trial. If any one of you, Gilano and Sip, if you want to join, you're welcome to, but you can also just watch along. Well, wait a moment in case... just so I have a chance to actually answer. We're doing trial roulette. Enrico says, I can invite someone. Sure. Ah, fish. Excellent. It's the internal language of Lalafels. Spam soothes at people. At Lalas, to be specific. Just waving your hands. Oh. So petting on the Lala looks like a handshake 99% of the time. I mean, yeah, because like, even though you're like reaching up towards the person. Yeah. Oh yeah, the angle. I see what you mean. It's almost like a handshake. That's a good point. And we have better gear. We still don't have better gear. I think we're getting 77 after the trial roulette. I don't know if we're getting 78. That's true, and Taylor. Usually, if you're like actually able to reach someone's head, the pet emote will be, you know. Yeah, it's usually if you're significantly taller, then it's horizontal. Gazel said, "What? What level requirement your handmade clothes are? What do you mean?" Like my outfit? Oh, they're level 68. They're level 68. 74 for healers and ranged physical. Potato, rotato. But yeah, 68 for mages, 74 for healers and ranged physical. No, wait a minute. 68 for ranged physical and mages, 74 for healers. Just a moment, and then we'll do the trial roulette. Look, it's the Warrior of Light! This is ridiculous. I'm impressed that we have 4 Lalafels in a randomly put together group like this. Oh well, randomly put together. We didn't specifically plan or aim for Lalafels, and we have 4 of them. Out of 7. Ah yes, the classically balanced group of 3 black mages and then 2 tanks, 2 different tanks, and then a pure and barrier healer. But 3 black mages and a bard. Fire! Oh. Thunder! Oh. That is always awkward to grab those razor plumes. No! Nah! Ah! My line of sight! Well, I really tried, but I think I missed that by like a few frames. I just barely missed it. Oh look, there's ads, but technically you don't have to kill them. You can technically ignore them. You can also kill them, I suppose. That is also on the table. That is technically a viable option. Hey! I got the commendation? Huh? I got the commendation. Like, look. What? Huh? They know. I'm guessing that everyone that managed to give their commendation gave it to the bard, given we didn't have much other options. That's pretty funny. I wonder why they chose me. Yeah, the bard must be so happy right now. I really nailed it. Right. Yeah, we're probably going to get... Well, we're guaranteed to get one of the Crystal Tower raids because I don't have anything else. But apparently, because it was DPS in need, it might... It said 29, but I suppose there's like 15 per group, so... It goes pretty fast. Ah, yes. Circus Tower. We have had World of Darkness quite a lot recently. Welcome to Surprise Tower Volume. That is a big number. Hey Phoenix, hope you're doing well. And Taylor says, when they add Stormblood as free and put limit on gear when doing the roulette, it would be a lot better. Well, we don't know for sure if it will be better. A huge part of what causes it to always be Circus Tower and such is that there are genuinely often at least one player that isn't level 60 in the group. And the changes being made to Alliance Raid Roulette will not do anything about those. It will not do anything about all of the genuine first-timers. And I can see in the chat log here that one or more party members have yet to complete this duty. So this one was at least one person specifically queued for this. At least one person did. How many did? Who knows, but at least one did. And as long as at least one person in the group is like legitimately queuing for it, the changes that are being made later down the line with item level and all that isn't going to change anything. But it's definitely going to be better than what we have now. There's going to be a higher chance that we get the high level stuff, especially because, well, if all the free trials are actually in Stormblood, there's a better chance that, that they will actually, you know, do the Stormblood Alliance raids. That was very nice. Exactly. It's not a huge deal to get like a whole bunch of the Evilise raids. As long as it doesn't become like the new Crystal Tower, right? Taylor says when there's also the fact that none of the other raids are MSQ related, so they won't force it on players unless they may be at the Bonnie related one with Dawn Trail. Bonnie related one. Who knows? I think what would actually make the Alliance Raid Roulette like more varied is if they made it so that you needed to unlock the Alliance raids on the way. That would also put a much clearer like light on the existence of the Alliance raids. As something that I've heard be brought up as an issue previously, is that a lot of new players don't even realize that there are Alliance raids in like high level content. If they had this experience that the Alliance raids were like crazy easy and just like they feel like this, there might be some players that go, I guess this is like discontinued content. I'm guessing that they haven't added more of it. Like they've just kind of left it there, but it's kind of like important for the story, so we kind of have to do it. So they just left it there, but they probably didn't make more of this. Or at least you don't have much reason to seek it out, right? And with that being the case, having like an Alliance Raid Roulette that is like, oh, you're level 60 or above level 60 and you've completed enough of the MSQ to access it. So to do Alliance Raid Roulette, you actually have to do the Shadow of Ma raid series to continue doing Alliance Raid Roulette. It would make it very obvious that it exists so people won't miss it. There's also the clear possibility that players will just go, well, I don't want to do it, so I'll just not do it, and just never queue for Alliance Raid Roulette. And that is the big concern with making the requirements for doing Alliance Raid Roulette higher, is that the biggest danger in doing that is that new players might find it difficult to actually make groups, like they might be stuck in like AR post game because they can't get a group together. Unlikely, but it could happen, which is just awkward. Phoenix says, besides the near raids, I think all others should be mandatory to unlock. Well, the thing is, the reason why the Crystal Tower is mandatory is not because the story is interesting or significant for stuff, or explains something. It's because literally, like, in the chronology of the story, this has to happen for Shadowbringers to be able to happen. That is the reason. So, like, if they made it so that there was some, like, core reason where the Evilise raid becomes, like, required for some reason, then it makes sense to add it to the MSQ requirement. Similarly, as I said, a really easy way to make the Alliance raids, like, make people do them, is to make it so that, well, if you want to do Alliance Raid Roulette, you actually need to unlock all of the Alliance Raids that you are high enough level for. Like, if you're past level 60, you should have the Shadow of Ma Alliance Raids, and if you're above level 70, you should have the Evilise ones, and if you're above level 80, you should have the Near Raids, and so on and so forth. A very easy way to incentivize people to do them, unlock them, completely disconnected from, well, it's kind of story relevant. Because it is kind of story relevant, it is. It's just that it's certainly like a side story. Oh, nice. The flare also hit Amon. Very nice. Wait, I had like a minimize orb chasing me, but it never got anywhere near me. I'm not trusting that one. I'm going to this one. I feel this one is a better cube to hide behind. Okay, all three was safe. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that everyone is kinda already here. We had a first timer, but apparently they didn't want to watch the watch the cutscene. That's fair. Maybe it's an alt. That is a very good possibility, Taraka. That is very true. It could be an alt. I mean, when we did this this raid with Smol Kai, we watched the cutscene. I'm just going to ice it up. Hey Noah, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well as well, Taraka. Yeah, that is true. Technically, just because it's a first time, it doesn't mean that it's a first character. That is true. But it's typically the assumption, right? Yeah, I don't remember how long the cutscene is and how much value it actually adds. But if there's stuff happening in the cutscene, then it kind of makes sense that some might want to see it. But when I was doing it on my main the first time, I was like, that was back when I was still thinking, well, I'm going to skip the cutscene because I don't want the rest of the group waiting for me, right? So that is also a pretty common reason. Cheetah says it should be added that while Nia isn't relevant per se, it could be relevant. It could be relevant. But as far as we know, as far as we know, it more or less exploded. If in some manner over time the whole in some manner over time the whole dimension is fully corrected, it might happen that survivors for some reason appear, thus needing the Nia raid. Maybe it's a really specific one, and given that it's like a crossover event of some sort. Let's just say that it would probably require some sort of like teamwork between the team, like between Near Universe and Final Fantasy stuff again. Which, you know, that's how with collaboration. I think it makes pretty good sense that they wouldn't want to include that as part of like the main quest as like mandatory stuff, because if it's suddenly part of the main quest, then if they ever want to bring those characters up again, they need to like make sure that it's okay in the collaboration and stuff like that. We've actually talked a little bit about this on the Discord server in relation to Kingdom Hearts, that some people hope that given how much Final Fantasy there is in Kingdom Hearts, they would really like it if there were some Kingdom Hearts characters that suddenly appeared, like in some sort of crossover, something in Final Fantasy XIV. And my argument to that is that it's going to be probably really difficult to do something with Disney. Even if it's Sora, it's still something with Disney. So that can be problematic down the line. Right. I've done the roulettes that I wanted to do. So if there's anyone that wants to pick up the group and do like normal raid or something, that's fine. I was thinking of finishing up this situation and do my hunt. But yeah, anything could happen. The only thing that I view as a potential like blocker for some specific thing happening is usually like licensing stuff. So if it's a collaboration thing, then it's often a problem. And I don't think that they would ever have a collaboration directly in the MSQ specifically for that. Partly because, like, if you have, I don't know, you have a collaboration with Kingdom Hearts, like, again, just as an example, and it happens to be like a side quest thing, then if suddenly Disney or anyone else involved changes their mind, they can just go, oh, well, it was a temporary event, and just yoink it out again, right? Problem solved, no biggie. If it's in the MSQ, there's going to be like just a hole in the quest line, like just an empty space in the MSQ that has to be filled in somehow. And if any of those characters that were part of that collaboration got some sort of meaningful significance to the MSQ story, then they have to be replaced with someone else, or they need to rewrite the story. So that's why I don't think that we could ever have that, like, actually, like, any collaboration as part of the MSQ. It would be really awkward if they had to remove the Nier raid because of some disagreement, but usually, like, I believe they make bigger and more solid collaborations with with teams that they genuinely believe nothing's going to go wrong here. Like, we're good. Monster Hunter isn't going to get mad that Rathalos is in our game. Like, Capcom won't get mad at that. The Nier series won't mind that the Nier characters are there. Like, there's no problem here. But it's complicated, as I said. That's why I'm saying that, as Intila says, magic, anything could happen. There's no limit to what they could add to the Final Fantasy XIV story. The only limit is what they feel like adding. That's it. That's everything. But in reality, the limitation is exclusively based on can they get the license to do it? Like, can they get the collaboration to work? That's pretty much it. Milano says, in regards to Kingdom Hearts, Tetsuya Nomura designed Gaia as a guest artist. Well, that's something. That is also something that is a possibility. You could have a collaboration with people that have made Kingdom Hearts. Like, they could add characters of their own. They could have story that is reminiscent of Kingdom Hearts, if that's what they want. Like, again, personally, I haven't played a Kingdom Hearts game. I don't have, like, a huge, like, vested interest in Kingdom Hearts. But it's just an example because it's something that I've heard multiple times that people would very much like to see as a collaboration with Final Fantasy XIV. And specifically that is like a really good example of like a dangerous IP to work with because it's Disney that suddenly might get involved. And that's the scary bit. That's it. Nothing wrong with Disney, but they can sometimes have pretty high demands on this and that, as far as I have heard. Don't know, not a big company. I think I heard for Smash Brothers that part of the reason why Sora was like the last character they added was because it took so long to get like an agreement in order with Disney, but I might be wrong on that. I think I remember hearing something like that. And Zila says, except if they do a collab with Final Fantasy VII, which is on paper part of Kingdom Hearts. Well, Final Fantasy VII essentially has a feature in Kingdom Hearts. So I would say that it depends. I get what you mean. Like, there's Final Fantasy VII characters in Kingdom Hearts. That's true. But I think it's not... Personally, I don't think it's the same, but I get your point, and that is there's a fair counterpoint. Oh, a bit too far away. Milano says, a little collaboration fact. The boss of the floor 100 of Palace of the Dead is a character from Tactics Ogre. Oh. Exactly, Taraga. It's specifically because while Disney is like, if you can get something to work with Disney, then like they're not ones to pull out. I'm pretty sure. Like if you can actually get like an agreement with Disney, then they will not like screw you over. Like that is a safe one. But doing what they want to a satisfactory degree can be very difficult, and it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted some Kingdom Hearts stuff, Disney would be looking at Final Fantasy XIV and be like, well, there are some things about the story that you have already done that you'd need to change before we would dare put our Disney brand on that. Which is a little bit of a problem in its own right? They can't really do that. They don't really want to do that, I'd imagine. Tila says, in another case, the collab with Monster Hunter World, it doesn't make sense. I mean, I didn't say that it made sense, I just said that there is a collaboration there. Oh. I'm sitting there like, wait, I did like some quests. How is it that it keeps just adding more? And it's because I have 6. It makes a lot more sense. Yeah, there's also the part that the core Disney part of the Kingdom Hearts is like just the cast. It's like Mickey, Goofy, Donald, a few others, right? And then it's just the rest of the cast is almost all anime characters. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, once again, I'm not like pointing fingers at specifically Kingdom Hearts and going, by the way, we're never having that. I'm just saying it as like a particular example of something that maybe could make sense as a collaboration, that I know a lot of people want to see. But that I imagine would be like, I mean, if that happens, then incredible, right? Excellent. But I doubt it will happen. Just because of the people involved. But it would be very cool. I could imagine that there is a significant part of the Final Fantasy XIV player base that has never played Kingdom Hearts that might like get like made interested in it by by having like an event quest of some sort to like pull them into such a story. Maybe. Like that's one of the core benefits of those collaborations, is that, well, some Monster Hunter players fought Behemoth and go, oh, is that how boss fights work in Final Fantasy XIV? Interesting. I wonder where this Behemoth is. Maybe they'll try it. And the Final Fantasy XIV players get this fight with Rathalos and go, oh, well, it's not entirely how a hunt works, and it's not entirely how a Final Fantasy XIV fight works in both cases, but it's a pretty good, like, teaser for what it could be. Like, what it could be like. So people might get interested in the other IP, so, like, that's, like, the thing. That is typically, like, the benefit of these collaborations. I believe the most likely collaboration we're getting in the near future is Final Fantasy XVI. I mean, I've heard it being spoken of that apparently the directors of both games are like both in agreement that they'll do it. Like both the Final Fantasy XIV one, you know, most people know him as Yoshi P, and the Final Fantasy XVI one. Most people, like a lot of people, know him, know that he goes by the name of Yoshi P on the internet. No correlation at all. Gilano says, I wonder if they put adverts for Final Fantasy XIV before episodes of Garo, or if it was a one-way collaboration. I have no idea. Exactly, curious. Two people with the same name, and so specific names. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, exactly, Ziv. When are we getting that collab? And Tristan says, during the reveal of the team up, 2 Yoshi P's walk on stage. You know what? If that happened, it would suddenly all make sense. Even better if they happen to look identical. Like, suddenly we understand why everyone was so convinced that there's not 2 of them. Because it just so happens that Yoshi P has a twin, and they happen to be into exactly the same things, and look exactly the same, and do exactly the same. Yoshi P and Yoshi 2P. Aha! The hint is the near collaboration, specifically. We should have known. Aha! Now you smell weird. Wham! Is that everything here? That is everything here. There's Asim's Dip. There's Ruby C. Where? Shoal Rock. How much? Wait. Oh, there. Okay. Ilano says, we had a collab with Dragon Quest too, and I was Dragon Quest, and I was told one of the chief designers of Dragon Quest X was called Yoshida too. That is very curious. He worked on Dragon Quest games before he saved Final Fantasy XIV. Well, there you go. I actually, now that you mention it, I do feel like I remember that. Remember reading that. There sure are many people named Yoshida in this world, huh? Strange. How that turns out. Speedrun strats. Teleport to the south end of the zone. Milano says soon we'll learn he was behind Fall Guys since the start. Aha! That would be a surprise. Could you imagine? Oh, turns out he was also working on Monster Hunter. Actually, he also was a part of the team that made Garo at some point. And you know what? The reason why we had a Yokai Watch collaboration, you guessed it, and the Final Fantasy 15, well, he had a little piece of assistance on the Final Fantasy 15 team as well. Like, you just check the credits of every single thing that Final Fantasy 14 has ever had a collaboration with, and Yoshida is somewhere in there every time. That would be so funny. Rico says, I might need to play Fall Guys for the first time just because of the collaboration. I want that Gobu outfit. Fair enough. I felt like Fall Guys looked interesting. It was just not something for me. And nowadays, like, I feel like the people that stuck with Fall Guys might, like, I have a feeling that what's going to happen is that if you're not getting paired with bots, like battle royale type games have found, like, some of them have found that a decent strategy to ease new players into the game is to pair them up with mainly bots posing as real players, so that you, like, have a chance to win. Like, once you start getting paired up with real players, don't know if Fall Guys does that immediately, they might, but I have a feeling that you're going to get stomped into the ground, because the people that really, like, play Fall Guys and just play Fall Guys are they've probably gotten really good at the game. And since I missed the wave on that one, it's just not something that I want to sit through. Just getting bonked. But when we get that Fall Guys minigame in Final Fantasy XIV, I'm definitely playing that. And Taylor says, Mario Kart on mobile, you didn't even play with players, you were always paired with bots that copied players' profiles and to some extent skill. Huh. Like, there's not... It never pairs you with other players? Like, ever? Is that a thing? Does anyone else know about this? Not to say that that I can't take a word for it, Taylor, but it's maybe others have also noticed this, or maybe there's articles on it. That is very interesting. I'm guessing that it's done that way to, like, deal with the slight problem that maybe there's no one online to pair you with. Like a very interesting solution to a I don't know if you can call it a problem. Like, to be completely honest, I don't know if that qualifies as a problem. Like, just pairing you with bots posing as other players solves the problem of you perhaps not being able to get an instant game to play with people of your skill level. Because they're not online. That is the problem that it solves. But I mean, I feel like there is there's a certain value in playing with players that is lost. Like, I saw like a like I looked into something with fighting games recently, and what was brought up was that it doesn't matter what you do. Playing against a real player will never be the same, and or playing against a bot will never be the same as playing against a real player, because the bot usually, if they're actually really good, like the bot is actually able to really beat a really good actual player, is usually because the bot is cheating somehow. Or it will, even if it isn't cheating, it will usually feel like it's cheating. You know, reading button inputs and stuff like that. That's also true, Gazel. Having no actual player-to-player interaction means that they can just, you know, they can just stockpile some of the playstyle of the individual that it's faking pairing you up against. And then you have a perfectly smooth race with no lag. And that's a good point. If you're playing on mobile, it's very likely that there isn't like a great connection. That is a very likely scenario. Puppeteer says, do you think the Regalia could come back? I missed out on that 15 ride in both 14 and Forza Horizon 4. I don't know. If I remember correctly, it did actually come back once. Like, there was like a second run of that event. I don't know if it'll come back again, but it's always possible. Remember, the Garo event that we have in PvP now, which doesn't really feel like an event because it feels like it's now a permanent addition, right? It was actually in the game a long time ago. You might have noticed that it's only the older jobs that that have weapons for that event, and the newer jobs just have like a generic outfit. That's because the jobs that have weapons and like fancy specific outfits and stuff like that were the jobs that existed when that event came around. Don't know what happened to suddenly reintroduce it. But yeah, the Garo event disappeared and then came back. So there's always the possibility that it comes back, Puppeteer. Like, it's possible that it comes back. And if it doesn't come back, then there is a possibility that they'll simply add the mount to the store. Like, that is also a possibility. Instead of just, like, removing the possibility of ever getting it, maybe they'll add it to the store. So, no reason to give up hope yet. And Taylor says, as a programmer myself, I can always say this. If one way or another you have some AI bots, they always cheat. Why? Because you cannot simulate a player. You can always simulate a perfect... you can always simulate perfection. Yeah, that is true. Basically, the bots are technically controlled by the game itself, and the game itself, like if we take like a strategy game for example, the game itself has access to the map. So you can program a bot such that it specifically isn't given the information of the map, but that means that you have specifically constructed the bot in such a way that it doesn't have the information of the map. But more precisely, you're not giving it the map. You're specifically telling the bot, do not use the part of the map that is not like visually in range of what you should be able to see. Do not use the black parts of the map for your calculations. But basically, the bot is still cheating. Like in a strategy game, bots typically can control every unit individually. A player can get really fast at controlling each unit so that they might be able to give the impression that they can control each unit individually. But they will never be able to do that literally with a mouse, for example. So simply by allowing the bot to do that, it's cheating, just as an example. But yeah, you can make a bot cheat less by choosing to serve it less information, but it will always cheat in some capacity pretty much. And most of the time, AI with like bot opponents in specific like games, you just add hard difficulty CPUs or something, they're usually not like rarely could I imagine they would be trained AI. They might incorporate some strategies that players use, but they're like, from the ground up, they're made to do specific things and then make mistakes. As Intila says, it's very easy to make a bot perfect and then just at just how often it messes up. A particular example of that is actually in Smash Brothers. Level 8 and 9 bots in Smash Ultimate will always automatically dodge on the exact frame where you are in range to hit them. Like, exactly on the frame. Like, if you're trying to catch them as they're falling down on you, they'll dodge precisely in the instant that they have to... Whoops, I used the wrong spell there. And the player probably wouldn't do that. But those same bots are so incredibly smart that if you play enough matches as, say, Captain Falcon, just spamming Falcon Punch and nothing else, you might find yourself in a match with a level 9 bot of Captain Falcon just spamming Falcon Punch, because it has learned from you. Which is really funny. Just as an example. Glad to see you, Kids and Echo. Entila says it's even better. Usually bots inside StarCraft and like act as a player could, selecting a bunch of units and attack. The AI trained specifically to be perfect at the game moves each unit individually. I would like to point out that in StarCraft 1, they do not do things that a player could necessarily. They do not hide the fact that they can see the map. They are blatantly cheating in StarCraft 1. Just to add to that, like specifically StarCraft 1, they cheat. They're not good, but they cheat. Like they have like 1, maybe 2 strategies, and they will simply follow that strategy, and that includes knowing exactly where you are. So you could play a map with 8 startings, or spawns, like an 8-player map, and your 2 players, so you and the enemy AI. Well, AI, not really artificial intelligence, is it? It will make its first strike force, which is going to be extremely predictable in a specific group of units even. Okay, apparently I ran too far from that. Send it to your base. None of the other bases that it could have sent it to, specifically your base. And then build the next strike force and send that. Very obvious. But it depends on the game. Depends on the game, but yeah, they can be programmed to act like a player would. And if you're playing against a trained AI that isn't actually part of the games, like it's like example with StarCraft 2, there is actually a community of people training AIs to fight each other. So like AIs that play matches together, and you can, like, I believe the community sometimes has players challenge the bots to see how good they are. Those bots have to control the mouse. They have to, like, actually do the things with the mouse. I'm pretty sure. But if it's a bot in the game, then it would have to, like, then it wouldn't have to do that. It could just control each unit individually if it wanted to. Where are these things? The Pantera, I think they're over here. There's also the argument that to make the perfect bot and then add mistakes to it, you would also need to know how to play your game perfectly. And I don't know if all developers would know that. They might. They might know how to play the game well. They might also not. And I think that's an interesting detail with making like AI opponents in games. That to make a clever AI, you would need to be good at your game. But to make a game, you wouldn't need to be good at the game. Where are those? The high bank. Oh. Maybe they're south of here? I feel like I remember that they're in the south region here, but it's a pretty big region. And there's one. Oh right, we still have triple cast. We have done all of our tribe quests, I believe. Yep, we don't have any more allowance. And we have done all of our hunts that are somewhat reasonably relevant. Do you have skill points? You do. And I think we go to Crystarium and do the role quest line next. Until it says there's also the problem of what's expected for the game, apart from cheating, of course, and could find a bug like bunny hopping or something unexpected like a secret part of the map. Do the bot use it? Very true. There's also some tricks like we've seen with task runs in speedrunning of games. Is that some things you need like perfect like timing to actually do, which means that you could discover a bug or a trick that technically only a bot could use, but it would be better if you could use it. Like that is technically an something unexpected or a bug, and if like say bots are allowed to bunny hop, which is technically a bug, should they be allowed to use a bug that the players can't even use? Would that even the playing field of the bots not being... Usually they're not as great because they're a lot more predictable than a player. Right, I'll be right back and then we will do Mage role quest. Terraga says a lot of strats that were considered bot in speedrunning was showed in the past that it's possible under certain conditions. That's true that sometimes people discover that there are like tricks to set up a situation where you can do a trick that normally would only be possible by a bot. There's more just like an example. I think there's like an example of like I think it's Ninja Gaiden, where there's like you need to like mash a specific like combination of key presses a certain number of times in a single jump, and someone did it. Like normally it was like TAS only, but someone did it legitimately, meaning that it's not like bot exclusive. But the point is more that if it's like a PvP game and there's a bug in the same manner, then it's likely that a player can't do it on command, and the players that can are so few and far between that it's probably not fair if the bot uses a bug like that. Also, I'm back. Intila adds, bunny hopping is useful in Team Fortress 2 for the market garden. The windows for it is something like 1 to 2. The window for it is something like 1 to 2 frames. Player can do a few perfectly timed, but should a bot be allowed to do it infinitely? Exactly. And it's also part of what like balances bunny hopping and tricks like that in games, is that the accuracy in which players do it has a tendency to make it a little less broken. Like you might not do it perfectly, whereas a bot can do it perfectly. You just like otherwise, unless you program in that it's not perfect at it. I didn't even know there were surf servers on Team Fortress 2. I thought that was like a Counter-Strike thing. Let me guess. You're standing in front of Zarik, bounty hunter non-pareil, because you have a mind to aid me in felling the dread red phronesis. Do I have the right of it, or do I have the right of it? Front what says? If I didn't know better, I could have sworn you just suggested that you're unfamiliar with phronesis, but that couldn't be. No sinner worth a salt could be so ignorant. Allow me to elaborate. Phronesis isn't just your run-of-the-mill stray sin-eater. He's one of the nastiest the realm has seen, formed from the remains of one of those goddamned warriors of light. There are 4 of them, all told, crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh on a century, if the tales are true. People have come to call them the Cardinal Virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin-eater, Phronesis was none other than Archmage Nilbut, whose baleful magics were feared the realm over. Yes, feared. Though it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Amarang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with his foul sorcery. Not keen on seeing their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a healthy bounty on his head. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to fell the fiend single-handed and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated that I recruit a companion. That's where you come in. Provided that you can prove to me that you possess the rather, specialized set of skills that I require, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up to the task, come find me in Amarang. I mean set off for there shortly. Zila says Counter-Strike and Team Fortress 2 and Gary's mod use the same game engine, so apart from the few settings, you can surf in all these games. Good point. It was just more that I didn't imagine that like the surf stuff is, as far as I understand, like you make maps specifically to do that. And I have personally only seen like surf maps of Counter-Strike. But it's also been a while since I've like seen a significant portion of any of those games. Like beyond like Prop Hunt or something. think the last time I saw like a surf map, like saw it happen because I don't play the games, was like a clip of some, like, you know, that was a few years ago where there was this whole like drama wave on YouTube, and weirdly a bunch of them decided that the perfect backdrop to discuss drama on the internet was surf maps. So if I ever saw like some video that brought up one of these drama YouTubers, usually it would be accompanied by the footage they were showing, which was a surf map. So you came. It's good to see someone who isn't all talk. As fortune would have it, another Sin Eater, a far less imposing specimen than Phronesis, of course, has been sighted just to the west of here. Prove to me you have the skill to back up your words, and we'll talk further. And that's a good point, Tuan. The Shadowbringer quest noise is weirdly epic. I think the really cool thing is that it's so different from the previous one, so you really notice when you're in Shadowbringers. I feel you also really notice in Stormblood. But for some reason, like, they're obviously different, but the A Realm Reborn and Heavensward quest noise just sound so familiar, like, so similar. Yeah, exactly, Latte. That's the weird thing, is that it was that at the time it was weirdly like easy to put on such a video, but like it really loses its charm really quickly because it's just filled with negativity, and as you said, the 90% of the time they're just bullying kids. I think the funniest part was when they started bullying each other. That's when it started getting interesting. Exactly, Tuan. It's a whole different realm. Good show, friend. I wasn't sure what to expect from you, but seeing you in battle has left me with little doubt. Seems like I've found myself a formidable ally. And so I'll extend the offer in earnest. Help me hunt down Phronesis, and we'll split the bounty down the middle. Well, what do you say? That's the spirit. Now, there's more you should know before we proceed. Come with me to Motsuk, my base of operations, and I'll fill you in on the details. I think it's a good thing that it appears that drama doesn't like work nearly as well for the YouTube algorithm nowadays, because it's just like a perpetual like spiral of negativity. Because the key thing to remember is that it went away because it stopped working. It didn't go away because people were tired of it. It went away because the YouTube algorithm started not favoring it. Welcome to Motsuk, friend. As you can see, it's a bustling trading post frequented by merchants from across the realm. At least it was before Phronesis showed up and started preying on unwitting travelers. Hence the bounty, you see. The lucrative reward has attracted the attention of one capable bounty hunter after the next, yet the fiend still roams free. You can probably imagine why. Those few who have seen Phronesis and returned to tell the tale speak of the great horrors they witnessed. Cavernous black holes materializing out of thin air, swallowing everything around them into the abyss. People have taken to calling them the Hollows. Rumor has it that one barely has time to lay eyes on Phronesis before he summons forth the Hollows, which proceed to consume everything in sight. And I do mean everything. Just the other day, an entire caravan was devoured by the Hollows, leaving only nothingness behind. Mages have postulated that these holes are literally tears in the fabric of our reality, gateways to other worlds, to put it another way. At any rate, suffice to say that the next man to come back from the void will be the first. And yet, there's something odd about it all. Witnesses say that Phronesis doesn't seem to go out of his way to prey on people or settlements. He simply shambles across the wastes, summoning hollows one after the next, and the destruction follows as a matter of course. Needless to say, drawing too near to the fiend is tantamount to suicide. Even attacks from afar has been all but futile, as Phronesis simply summons the hollows to consume every incoming arrow. Inconvenient that you're using a bow then, right, Zarek? With every conceivable means of attack foiled, even the most savvy bounty hunters have all but thrown up their hands, even though the bounty now stands at some 9 or 10-fold the original amount. I'm of a different mind, however. The way I see it, if only there were a way to neutralize the hollows, we'd more than stand a chance against Phronesis himself. This is why I require your services. Your easy triumph over the Sin Eater spoke clear. You're a mage of no common skill. If anyone has the arcane knowledge and aptitude to help me figure out a way to defend against the hollows, it's you. Don't worry, I fully intend to shoulder my share of the burden, and so I plan to gather all the information we need before asking you to put yourself in harm's way. And with that, I'd best get to work. Once I've formulated a proper plan of attack, we'll talk again. Until then, I suggest you continue to hone your casting skills. The battle that awaits us will not be an easy one. And Tila says, so if I understand correctly, the guild gave this guy a contract to kill the wizard, but he can't kill the wizard. Well, actually, they didn't, like, give him the task to do it. They just, like, hung up a wanted poster somewhere, and then one after the other, bounty hunters attempted and failed to get the bounty, and this guy came along and went, I think I could take that on. And it is a little funny that he doesn't actually ask if you're a mage at first. Like in the first conversation, he didn't exactly ask if you're a mage. I suppose in the quest or the introduction of these role quests, maybe the bartender guy said that he was looking for a mage. So he's like, well, you approached me. You know that I need a person, so you're a mage, right? But only now he brought up, oh, I see you're a mage of skill. But yeah, it's just, he realized that he can't solo the fight, so he's bringing a mage. Oh, there you are. And your timing couldn't be better. As luck would have it, a little bird told me that Phronesis was sighted in the vicinity not long ago. Don't you worry, I have no intention of rushing in like a fool. My plan is to shadow the Sin Eater from afar, that we might observe the hollows with our own eyes and formulate a suitable plan of attack. To that end, I procured this mannequin here from a merchant acquaintance of mine at the Crystarium. By setting it on Phronesis' trail, I mean to gauge just how wide of a berth we must keep from the fiend so as not to be sucked up into the void. Clever. Shed no tears for the little fellow, friend. His sacrifice will be the key to our success, and yet, as you can see, he's not quite in the best state of repair. Pray lend me a hand in procuring what we need to get him back on his feet. You're a lifesaver, friend. I just spotted nasty-looking sandskin and Sibylle lurking about to the east of here, and I do believe one of the attendants should serve well to put some spring in the little fellow's step. Snag one for me, and I'll see to the repairs. Like, kill one thing. Go down the street and kill a thing. You've got it, boss. Yeah, that's true. It's a good thing it isn't a real black hole. We have the power of killing one mob very effectively. Oh, look, there's a blue mage. Weird choice. I'm not sure why he's farming Fates. just for anyone unaware, I'm not going to get into it. Like, maybe he's going, well, I could do bicolor gemstones and also level. But the reason why it's weird to do fates as a blue mage is because blue mage gets like an actual like gigantic XP bonus against regular open world mobs. Now, for some reason, fate mobs do not count, and fates don't give enough XP to be worth it when you have that giga XP multiplier on regular mobs. Like, he's spending time fighting that single boss mob. If he just stepped away from that and killed like 4 mobs in his near vicinity, he would have gotten more experience than the fate will give him. But if he wants both XP and bicolor gemstones and fate completion for the shared fates thing all at once, I think that's completely empty. Yep. If you wanted that, then that's a completely different story, and that's why I'm not even asking. Like, I'm not even like going up to him and going, "What are you doing?" Because there's probably a good reason. Because if you look at the XP you're getting, he would immediately notice that it's a problem. And Geisel says, actually, it seems like many people don't know that fate doesn't count as overworld mobs. Really? So the way that I checked, because it had been so long since I'd leveled Blue Mage that I couldn't remember for sure, the reason I know is that when I was leveling Blue Mage to 80, I randomly happened to like walk across a fate spawning on top of the pack of mobs I wanted to spawn. So as I cleaved the mobs down, I made sure to kill the fate mobs separately, so that I saw that they gave like 500 experience, while the regular mobs gave like 100,000 experience. And Taylor says, there's also the reverse. How would I know that the most XP I get is via overworld mobs? I mean, if you have reached level 74 with Blue Mage, I sort of assumed that you would know that. Any luck finding that tendon? For my part, I've acquired something that should serve as a makeshift gear. Cost me an arm and a leg, but hey, if it helps us claim that bounty in the end, it'll be more than worth it. The sinewy, stretchy tendon of a sandskin Sibyllus. You're right, it is a little bit weird, but Blue Mage is weird. Perfect. Yes, I reckon this is durable and elastic enough to replace the mannequin's snapped drive belt. I'll fetch my toolbox and get started straight away. Tell you what, if I run into the guy again on another fate, I'll ask him if he's doing it for leveling or for some other reason. In the meantime, why don't you scout us out a suitable lookout point? Furnaces was last sighted just southeast of town. Try to find us a spot on higher ground, out of sight from the main thoroughfare. Angel says, me waiting for Kai to drop LB3 as Black Mage one day. That is going to be very difficult. Actually, I just discovered, I was looking into it the other day for a video. Apparently, the Mage limit break has the longest cast time and the longest animation lock of all the limit breaks. You're stuck on the floor for like 14 seconds when you do the LB3. It's insane. Summoning a Mage on someone is always cool. Hello there, friend. As you can see, our clockwork friend is back in tip-top shape. And since it appears you found us a perfect lookout spot, why don't we get down to work? I'll kindle us a fire. We might be here for a while. And there it is, the fire. Well, I'll be. There's the bastard. Look closely now, and hold your gaze. You must witness the sheer horror with your own two eyes. No, we mustn't send out the mannequin too soon. If Renessus sees it, he may very well blast it to bits before it has a chance to investigate the hollows. I thought you said that he doesn't attack, he just summons hollows. I feel like we were standing very obviously. He would have seen us. There he goes. I'll send the mannequin in to trail him. Let's sit back and enjoy the show. And it's gone. Just as I expected. Gone without a trace. Shed no tears for our little friend. Through his sacrifice, we now know just how much distance we must keep from the hollows to avoid being sucked into the void. Now it's our turn. Let's edge a bit closer and see what we can observe. Mind you, take care not to wander too close, lest you fancy a vacation to a dark, shadowy abyss. You know, this would have been very convenient in Endwalker. It's as if a shadowy whirlwind rages inside, ready to suck anything and everything into the void. I've seen many a horrific sight in my day, but this sends a shiver up the spine. Whoops, sorry. Let me out. It's so dark in here, a boy's voice says. Why the pale face, friend? You look as if you've seen a ghost. A voice, you say? From inside the hollow, you say? But that's impossible.
Is anyone out there? Please help me. Help me get out of here.
Over here!
Was that a voice? Is someone out there? If you can hear me, please, you must help me. I can't see anything. No road, no trees, not even an ether current to follow. Which way do I go? How do I get out of this place?
Gee, I don't know, man.
This voice, what in the God's name is it saying?
The voice of a boy, you say? Claims he's lost inside with no ether current to follow. Sounds like he's adrift in the flow, not unlike what would happen if an aetherite to which one was teleporting was destroyed in mid-journey. Wait a minute. What if there were some way you could channel your ether into the void? Might that not allow your etheric form to serve as a beacon of sorts to guide the child back to us? Of course, not that I know how we'd go about that. You reckon you could do just that? I won't even think of asking how. Do your damnedest. Laser beam. Wicked right! I knew you were no ordinary sinner, but even still, you find ways to surprise me. Hello. It's ya boy.
Where am I?
Well, I'll be damned. There was a child inside. Our little expedition has left us with more questions than answers, eh? But for now, this boy needs our care. Let us carry him back to Mort Suk and find him a warm bed and some nourishment. And Taylor says, on a more serious note, they should add LB3 for Blue Mage using the same kind of stuff as the spell. Unlocking multiple LB3s and choosing one. Yeah, you know what? They should, like, make it so that it just, they could make it so that it interacts with your ethereal mimicry so that You have a tank, DPS, and healer limit break 3. I remember when people were talking about, I wonder what spells were getting at level 80, a lot of people were hoping specifically that the Seed of Sacrifice would give, you know, a limit break. It was fitting. There's just one teensy tiny little problem with that, and that is that there is a required tank limit break in that fight. So blue mages would not be able to do that without bringing an actual tank. Like, I think that's the reason why. Like, I specifically remember the patch notes were like, there is not a spell in the Seed of Sacrifice. Like, I remember it specifically because it was so randomly mentioned, like, there's not a spell there, don't bother looking. Which was pretty funny. But that's of course because blue mages wouldn't be able to beat it. Due to a lack of a limit break, which is ironic. I think it's ironic? It's at least funny. Because if they had given blue mages a limit break, and among it was a proper tank limit break, then blue mages would be able to beat that fight. The boy's resting now. He's weak, but not wounded, at least as far as I can tell. Needless to say, his presence raises questions. Are there others trapped on the other sides of the hollows? If so, might they also be returned to our world alive? There's much we must ask him when he awakes. On another subject, this might be an odd question, but have you ever looked after a child before? I am a child. What do you think? Yeah, that makes two of us. Bounty hunters like me don't get much opportunity for babysitting. Still, until we can track down the boy's parents, I suppose I have little choice but to look after him myself. I suppose the first order of the day should be to get some food in his belly. He does look terribly pale after all. Methinks I'll go hunting for some meat. No. Perhaps I should take him to a physician first. After all, he may be suffering from some ailment inscrutable to the eye. Or maybe I should... Damn it all, I knew I wasn't cut out for this. You thought you were bounty hunting. Surprise, it's babysitting. And Twan says, the evil portal dropped a boy. It didn't even land in my inventory. And Taylor says, make the biggest LB3. It makes massive damage, and everyone except the caster dies. But everyone needs to equip it. That's true, he is at least thinking about it. I think that would be a very problematic limit break. Just make the blue mage limit break like all limit breaks at once. So like you use it and you get the tank limit break, and everyone is raised, fully healed, caps their MP out. It drops a giant meteor where you stand and just like shoots a ranged physical limit break in front of you. And if you're targeting something, it also just shoots a ghost of a samurai over and does the melee limit break. Just all of it all at once. That would be perfect for blue mage and totally not overpowered. Ah, there you are. You'll be happy to know that the boy is awake and seems to be no worse for the wear. Physically speaking, at least. There's just one drop, you see. He has no recollection of where he came from, or just how he managed to get swallowed up into the void. In fact, other than his own name, Taina, he can't remember much of anything at all. He seems a good lad, mind you. Eats my half-assed cooking with a smile and nary a word of complaint. Yet, I reckon he's hurting inside, and badly. We must reunite him with his parents with all due speed. I suggested that he go for a stroll around Mod Silk, in the hopes that these sights might help to jog his memories. He can't have wandered far. Why don't you go check up on him? Why don't you find him? Why don't you go find him so that I can find him first?
Do not tell me. You're the one who rescued me from the flow, yes? I feel from you the same warmth that reached out to me when I was adrift in the ether.
Well, I'll be damned. The boy's a sharp one. And that's not the least of it.
the carer who examined him said that they could feel great power welling up from within him. Despite his young age, Tainer here seems to possess a remarkable command of the magical arts. Perhaps I do, and yet I cannot say. Try as I might, I can recall nothing of who I am or where I came from, only the darkness. No need for apologies, boy. You did well to just make it back to us. Speaking of which, can you remember anything at all of what you felt when you were adrift in the void? That I remember, or at least I think I do. I recall a vague sensation of someone passing alongside me. Indeed, I believe this is what roused me from my slumber. If the Hollows truly are a gate between worlds, that would mean that someone recently traveled from ours to another, or from another to ours. But that's not possible. Or is it? You'd be surprised. You know something I don't, friend? Worry not, I won't pry for details. Ah well, no sense racking our brains over matters beyond our comprehension. Let's concentrate on what we can do. Namely, finding the boy here a home. No doubt his memories will come back to him in due time. You'd truly do that? For me? But the two of you have already saved my life. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Ah, it's no burden at all. Besides, if we can figure out just who you are and where you came from, it just might lead us to the answers we seek. Now, let's consider the options. One possibility is that you're an orphan, all alone in this world. There's not a soul to care for or look after you. And yet, this seems unlikely. Yes, the mystical powers you possess say otherwise. If you are truly as skilled in magic as they say, then it stands to reason that someone trained you in the art. Who this master of yours is, and whether you are of their blood or simply received their tutelage. This I cannot say, but either way I'm certain they're worried sick about you. Would be weird if it's the guy making the hollows, wouldn't it? If that is truly so, I would very much like to meet this person too. Wouldn't that be awkward? That settles it then. Let's get down to business. I took the liberty of inquiring around Morsuk and the Crystarium. Unfortunately, there have been no reports of missing persons matching Tainer's description. Which means that we have no choice but to take our search elsewhere. I know of a merchant in town whose travels often take him far afield. Let's have a talk with him and see if he's heard any helpful rumors. Yeah, it is kind of a shame and ironic that, well, again, not ironic, it's a shame that blue mages don't get a limit break. It's quite funny that the perfect source of a limit break is a fight that blue mages would never be able to defeat, so it makes sense they wouldn't get the limit break from that. But it is silly that if they had a limit break, they would be able to beat that specific fight. Quite funny. Rumors of a missing boy, you say? Funny that you ask. It's a long shot, I reckon, but I overheard something the other day that might be of use. On my way to Morsuk, I stopped over at the inn at Journey's Head. There I met an ailing mage. As the carers told it, he'd been ambushed by a sin eater and was separated from his child in the battle. Bloody hells, could it be? If the sin eater that attacked the poor man was Phronesis, that would explain everything. This man you speak of, he could be my father. We must go to him at once. Agreed. I only hope that the man is... No, there's no point in presuming the worst. Let us make for the inn and see what the carers there can tell us. How incredibly convenient. Oh there! I hear there's a mage in your care who's lost his boy. Well, I do believe we have him right here. Hmm? I fear there must be some mistake. The boy in question has already been found. This is him. Right here. Wait. So it wasn't my father after all. This boy with you, he too has been separated from his family?
Just so. We heard that a man here was looking for his son, and we just hoped. Alas, it seems it wasn't meant to be.
But there are many people here, yes? Might I ask around and see if any of the others are my family? But of course, yet many of the people here are quite ill, and in many cases in considerable pain. It's not a place for a young child to walk around unattended.
Indeed it's not. Guess that means either myself or Caetsu here should accompany him.
I'll go with him. The walk might help me. Take my mind off things.
Not a bad idea. If the lad doesn't mind, I reckon Tenna would rather be with someone of his own age. This is how children communicate and walk together. This is normal. Don't question it. Take his mind off things? Speaking of which, how is the boy's father holding up?
I fear the poor man has already departed on his journey. He's a man no longer.
Oof.
The child insisted upon staying by his father's side until the last. I permitted this out of respect for him, though part of me regrets the choice. None so young should suffer such horrors. It was some small solace to learn that he has living relatives who reside at the Crystarium. In fact, I was just making preparations to escort him there myself.
I see. Reckon we should also find someone to look after Tenna as well. Don't get me wrong, friend. I haven't given up on the prospect of finding the boy's family, but we have no other leads, and a deadly sin eater still on the loose. If the lad tags along with us every step of the way, he's far more likely to end up dead or worse than to ever reunite with his family. Here's what I propose. We find someone to watch after Tenna for the time being, get back on the hunt, and gather whatever clues we can about his origins along the way. Is there not more we can do? I too wish there was more we could do for the lad, but think of it this way. If we don't do something about that damned sin eater, who knows how many poor children will end up like Tenna? Look, I don't like this any more than you do, but it's the best we can do for the boy given our circumstances. At any rate, let's find him and share the news. Don't worry, it's my decision, and I intend to take the responsibility for it. Bad news, friend. It seems the two young ones got into a quarrel of sorts, and Tenna's up and run away. Seems the lad mentioned how he'd come out from one of the hollows. The other boy put two and two together and figured he'd been attacked by a sin eater.
Then I said, my dad was attacked by a sin eater, and then he turned into one himself. So I asked, what if you turn into a sin eater too? Tenna's face went all white. He kept saying, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Over and over and over again. I couldn't take it anymore. Before I knew it, I was shouting at him, "Shut up! Just shut up! I bet you're turning into a sin eater already. Why? Why did I say such a mean and nasty thing?
I don't know, for plot reasons? Don't be so hard on yourself, lad. Both of you have had a rough go of it these past few days. Nobody could blame either one of you for feeling a bit on edge. But we must hurry and find Tenna before he comes to harm. Let's split up. I'll search the west and you take the east. And be careful out there. Da 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 da. Shiny doggo. Well, that looks promising. There you go, Tana. You alright? When I heard the clamor of battle, I feared the worst, but I see that you have everything under control. Are you okay, lad?
Forgive me. I don't deserve this kindness. I was just so scared. I was worried about what would become of me if I never recovered my memories. Then I started thinking, what if I ended up like that boy's father? What if it's already happening to me?
That's one matter you needn't worry yourself with. The carer who examined you told me as much. You suffered no direct wounds. You're in no more danger of turning into a sin eater than Caetsu or me.
Is that so? That's good to hear, but I must apologize to that boy. I should have known better than to badger him about such things, especially after what happened to his father.
Funny thing that he was saying the same thing about you. You both have good hearts, lad, and you've been through more than any man should. There's no need to be ashamed about your feelings.
There is still so much I do not understand about this world. Why does no one here know of me? Am I doomed to be alone for the rest of my days? Why? Why must it be this way? If only I could remember something. Anything. I'm sick of not knowing who I am. I'm sick of being alone.
It's only been a few days. I think. I'm pretty sure it's only been a few days, story-wise. Now it's your turn, Tana, and do not be disheartened by your last attempt. Even the greatest of mages have known failure.
Your command of magic is the equal of my own. If I can succeed, there's no reason why you cannot. Free your mind of worry and focus. Thank you, Neilbert. I shall try my best.
How convenient! He was a child in the time when Neilbert was a child, and Neilbert is like far, far gone. Wicked White, are you alright, Caetsu?
I remember now. I was standing here on these blighted plains, my head hung low in shame. Then Neilbert turned to me with a smile and heartening words. Neilbert, why does the name sound so familiar?
I reckon we've much to discuss, but not in this godforsaken place. Let's head back to the inn and see if we can't get to the bottom of this. If I remember correctly, it's like something went wrong, Tanner went into the hollow, and Nilbert then decided to, like, he vowed his life to figure out a way to get Tanner back. Something like that.
Tanner, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said those nasty things. Forgive me for reacting as I did. I'm fine. In fact, I seem to have recovered some of my memories. Really? That's wonderful. Maybe you won't feel so scared and alone anymore. I'm leaving to go live in the Crystarium with my relatives. Promise me you'll come visit. I mean, after you get your memories back and all, of course. It's a promise. Until next time, my friend.
Aggressive waving. I knew that you two would work things out. Now, let us return to Mortsuk. We have more than our share of questions that need answering. Oh boy. Given the XP amounts, I'm pretty sure we're just going to, like, level up to 78 and get the quest for 78, and then we'll have to do the level 80 one another time. Something like that. Another time being probably next time. Hopefully it isn't too much of a cliffhanger. As I saw it, first you fainted all of a sudden. When you came to, a portion of Tanner's memories had returned. What in the world happened out there? The power to look into the past, eh? And you're certain that what Caetsu described matches up with your recollection of the past? I don't know how to break this to you, lad, but your friend Nilbert that was with you that day, he's no ordinary boy. He's none other than the very man who became a Phronesis, one of those goddamn warriors of light. He was just a young child in your memories. That means that what you saw took place over 100 years ago. Would that it were just a coincidence, another boy with the same name, but no. Judging from the formidable command of magic, we can only assume it was him. On the way back, I managed to recall some more, about Nilbert and myself. We were taken in by a group of mages, a consortium of sorts. They were searching for a means to open a hole to another world, and were recruiting young children with high magical aptitude for the task. Nilbert and myself were the two they chose. You can't be serious! And yet, that would explain the Sin Eater's ability to summon those damned hollows. And if you possess the same knowledge and training as Nilbert did, it could also explain why you were able to survive in there all that time. But what I don't understand is, why haven't you aged at all? I cannot say for sure, and yet my memories, they are slowly coming back to me. In time, I may be able to help you find a way to close the hollows. It'd be a lifesaver if you could, but don't overburden yourself. You're still recovering after all. In the meantime, don't worry. Caetsu and I will see that you're safe. Me? Speak for yourself. I thought Tanner was just a victim of the Sin Eater, to think he was actually friends with the man himself. Back when he was still a man. This can't be simple coincidence. Yes, I'm convinced of it now. The child holds the key to defeating Phronesis. We must keep him safe, and not let him out of our sights. Besides, look at how hard he's trying to recover his memories. I'm not so heartless as to kick the poor lad aside before he's figured matters out. But we can't very well rush things. You and I will continue to prepare for the battle ahead, while waiting for the rest of Tanner's memories to come back to him. That is to say, if it's alright with you, lad. I'm so sorry. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Look, lad, I've only known you a short while, but I can tell you have a good heart and a good head on your shoulders. I can only begin to imagine the horrors you've been through, not to mention the fears and uncertainty you face even now. But I want you to promise me this. No more apologies. You're no burden to us, not in the least. You're a valuable member of our band, and as long as you're willing, I want you with us. Isn't that right, Caetsu?
I see. Thank you, Sirik. Thank you, Caetsu. I will aid your quest in whatever way I can.
Now that's more like it. We're counting on you, lad. Exactly, we're just barely going to level up from this one. Good news, friend! Tanner here has told me that his memories are starting to come back to him. There's one recollection in particular he says he's eager to discuss with the two of us. Tell us, lad, what is it?
As time goes by, memories of my earlier days return to me piece by piece. Nilbert and I were born to members of a great consortium of mages. From our earliest years, we were tutored in the magical arts by some of the realm's greatest scholars. The consortium's leaders sought to find a way to open a hole in time and space, a portal to other worlds from which they could summon forth beasts of great power. Nilbert and I were chosen to participate in the research.
Summoning great beasts from beyond our world? You're a mage, Caetsu. Is that even possible? Absolutely. Perhaps he speaks of Voidsent. Voidsent. Never heard of them, but I'll take that answer as a yes. Mages come up with the damnedest ideas, eh? And yet, I don't understand. Why ever would they use 2 young boys for such a dangerous experiment?
The beasts our masters sought to summon reside in the planes most distant from our own. Reaching across such a great distance requires a tremendous store of innate ethereal power. And so our masters set about to breed the perfect mage. Marriages were arranged to wed the mightiest members of the consortium to one another, in hopes that they would bring forth children of theretofore unheard of magical aptitude. Finally, they succeeded.
And so you were born. And Nilbert.
Indeed. From even before we could speak, we were taught the complex incantations required to breach the boundaries between worlds. We practiced these spells day after day, night after night, for what seemed an eternity. At long last, we were deemed ready to attempt the summoning. Sadly, the experiment ended in failure. The pull from beyond the rift was too strong to resist, and I was sucked into a hollow of my own creation. There I remained trapped, alone and adrift in that empty void, until Caetsu called me back to this world. Alas, over a century had passed since that fateful day.
That's the one thing I still don't understand. If so many years have truly passed, why is it that you have not aged even a whit?
I cannot say for certain, but I remember the words of one of my teachers. The rift is not unlike a border between countless worlds, a place that exists beyond time and space. If it is true that the rift exists outside of our concept of time, then it is all too possible that even seconds spent in that empty pocket could correspond to months, years, or even decades in our world.
And so you've returned to us just as you were that day, even while over a century has passed for the rest of us. But why didn't Nilbert save you? Shouldn't it have been as simple as opening up another portal to the void where you were trapped?
I fear that would be close to impossible. Opening the portal and reaching as far into the rift as we did required all of our energies to be focused in unison.
So in losing you, not only did Nilbert lose his friend, he lost his only chance at saving you. Talk about being dealt a rough hand.
Fear not. I have good news to share as well. I do believe I've managed to recall the incantations needed to summon and manipulate the hollows. Summoning beasts from beyond the rift is far beyond my powers, but I just might be able to seal up the hollows Phronesis so enjoys summoning. What say you, friends? Shall I give it a try?
Oh, now that's music to my ears. But let's not be too hasty. After all, the last time you tried to use this magic, there were some complications to say the least. Yes, we must take the necessary precautions before confronting Phronesis in earnest. Let us meet outside the village, where Tanner can test out his magic safe from harm. That is very much away from the city. Oh. Battle time. Wicked White, you did it, lad. Sure. Sadly, I have not the strength to reach further beyond, nor keep the portal open for more than a few moments. No, I will need further training before I can face. Hello. Phronesis, where the hell did that bastard come from? It's Big Evilman! Welcome back, Tron. It's Big Evilman! It's the BBG! He's making an evil portal. Damn it all, and I'm too close. I can feel it pulling me in. Then run! Run! No, Nilbert, these are my friends. You mustn't hurt them. Poof. He made a weaker portal. He replaced the portal with a weaker portal. So the quick summary, Tuan, is that the child actually is Nilbert's friend from 100 years ago. And he actually got sucked into that portal 100 years ago.
This isn't good. The cave-in's completely sealed off the tunnel behind us. We've no recourse but to press on without our companions.
Yeah, that, you heard her. What'll it be? I suppose it falls to us to slay the beast and collect the bounty. Perhaps you and your band would care to take the lead. Spare me your japes. You've no intention of giving up your prize. Mind you, I too made a promise to my companions. A promise I mean to keep. I told you that splitting up was a bad idea. If Brandon and Rendere were here, this second-rate spellcaster would be no match for us. Oh now, Silva, let's not forget who our true foe is here. Lamit, you're certain that if we slay this monstrosity, the cave-ins will cease.
According to the miners, the beast was first sighted on the same day the tremors began. Its very presence stalking the mountain drive its ether. We dwarves know these caves as well as our own bodies. Trust me.
Then I suppose we'd best make short work of it before everything comes crashing down. Hey, where do you think you're going? My apologies. I took your ceaseless prattling as an invitation to proceed on my own. Think yourself clever, do you? You have uncommon confidence to think you can fill the beast without aid. Answer me this. Why is it that you're so intent on claiming the bounty for your own? The bounty? Why indeed? At any rate, unless you have a mind to stand around here until we all get crushed, we'd best be moving on, yes? Finally, something we can agree on. And so I have a proposal. What say we band together until our battle here is won? The tremors grow stronger. No doubt a cave-in is imminent. Let us vanquish the enemy with our combined strength and quit this place before it becomes our tomb. Until the battle is won, then. After that, I go my own way. Hmm. Heh. Just in case you don't know how to play Black Mage, they give you a very simplified version of Black Mage Toolkit. That is a little awkward. The MP granted by the Blizzard 3 spell is granted at the end of the cast specifically. It's a mine worm. Is it the Black Mage role quest line? Well, it's the Mage role quest line, just in general. For Shadowbringers. I mean, close enough, right? This is a very unbalanced team we have here. We have a warrior, a paladin, a white mage, and a black mage. Yeah, very true, Tuan. It's a little funny that. But you could do this quest as a summoner or a red mage. Ow. Neat. I'm guessing there's a point where we will need to use Limit Break. Unfortunately, that is torn from the heavens. The classic song that is inconvenient to deal with. One says right now I'm trying to level white mage, but black mage does seem very fun to play. I have had a lot of fun with black mage recently. It's certainly not the easiest job to play, but it's very fun. Let's do an extra one of those, since we have the MP capacity to do that. I'm not entirely. I don't actually think it's worth it to cast to finish each set with Ronkin Flare, but I just did it because I wasn't certain. Also, his Ronkin Thunder is very expensive. This fight is really dragging out. Uh-oh. I managed to stack with exactly the person I shouldn't stack with. Exactly, they've basically boiled down the Black Mage toolkit to the simplest incarnation of it possible. Normally it's a lot more complicated than this, of course. But if you were to like describe Black Mage to someone, that is like basically what the tools are for, right? Well, he said strike with all your strength, so here we go. I kept that limit break for all this time because I thought there would be a specific mechanic where we needed it. Thank you. It would be very awkward if if I'd already spent it for damage. We've done it! Now, to find ourselves a way out. Uh-oh. The tremors continue, but why? The fiend has been vanquished and its ether returned to the mountain. We were wrong. No, it was not the creature itself that was causing the quakes. Ah, yes. The crystal courses with nigh inconceivable power. A vast wellspring of ether accumulated over the ages. Yes, the beast was but a hungry creature, drawn here by the stone. As was I. You had no interest in the bounty all along. The stone has been left unchecked for too long. The sheer volume of ether it houses now is so vast and overwhelming it threatens to bring the entire mountain down. How many years have I searched for it? This precious relic that could afford me the power I needed to save my friend.
You mean to take the stone from this place? But then, what would happen to the mountain? If the ether is not returned to the earth, it is but a matter of time until the mine collapses. The miners, those who live at the foot of the mountain, countless lives would be lost.
And he looks at me.
There's no time. What can we do?
Anna, my friend. Damn it. Damn it all! Boom. Tremors have stopped. Tanner, pray forgive me. I promise you this, as long as I walk this earth, I shall never, never give up hope. Hmm. The stone was yours to do with as you pleased, and still you chose the fate of many over that of your friend. In return for your sacrifice, I would make you an offer. Come with us, and let us join you in your search for a means to save your comrade. The life of an adventurer isn't an easy one, but I dare say you strike me as the sort who just might enjoy it. So what say you? We'll travel the realm together and lend our strength to whatever unfortunate souls we encounter along the way. And who knows? Before you know it, we just might stumble upon a way to rescue your Tanner. I would like that very much. Sus Ellison. Tanner, forgive me. I may have failed you today, but mark my words. For as long as I walk this land, I will not abandon hope. I will find a way to bring you back to us. But today, I find myself in the company of new companions, and for now, I must lend them my strength, just as they lent theirs to me.
Kazu, are you alright?
Worry not, Phronesis is long gone. I launched a few arrows in its direction while it was distracted by Tanner's spell, and it just stole away. Anyhow, I'm just glad you're awake on your feet again. Come on, come now, let's hurry back to Mod Soup before the bastard has a change of heart and comes back for us. You really gave us a scare back there, clutching your head in pain with a deadly sin eater in plain sight. Let me guess, you had another one of your visions, didn't you? Why, take me. So that's how Neilbert and Artbert met up. Just goes to show you that in times of crises, even the bitterest of rivals can turn fast friends. Now, let's see if I have this straight. Neilbert made it his life's mission to save Tanner here. Knowing that his own energies wouldn't suffice, he went in search of a relic that would afford him the etheric power needed to reach beyond this world. And deep in the mines that day, he found it. Yet in the end, he decided to sacrifice the stone, and his own cause, to save the lives of the countless innocents who called the mountain home. And so did he take his first steps down the path of a hero, a warrior of light.
So that's why he came back to this place, why he still summons the Hollows as he did so many years ago.
Aye, there can be no doubting him, even now that he's become a Sin Eater, bereft of memory, reason, and any sense of his own actions. The ghastly shell of what was once Neilbert still haunts the wastelands, searching for a way to bring back his old friend.
I only knew him as a child, and the whole idea of Sin Eaters and the Warriors of Light, it was all so new to me. Even as the pieces came together, I could not truly believe that Neilbert and this Phronesis were one and the same. But when our gazes first met, standing out there in the wastes, in an instant I knew it without question. This was my friend, a friend who had been searching for me all these years. At last, I know what I must do. I must stop Phronesis, that my dear friend may finally find peace.
Together we can do this. Together.
Thank you, my friends. In the battle, I was able to push Phronesis' hollow away from Serik, if only for a short distance. With more training, I'm certain I can learn to close them up entirely.
After all we've already seen from you, I've no reason to doubt you. If you're game, so are we. Finally, some cause for hope, eh? But still, we must exercise caution. The last time the boy worked his magic, our foes showed up faster than you can say Phronesis. While this might be a simple coincidence, the likelihood is high that the casting of the spell itself summoned the Sin Eater to us. You'd best avoid casting any similar incantations until we've prepared for the final confrontation. I want you to stay close for now. Devote yourself to your studies and hone your skills to whatever degree you can in the safety of the village. In the meantime, Caetsu and I will redouble our training efforts as well. Should we succeed in finding a way to counteract the Hollows, it will come down to our firepower versus our foes. We must be at full strength for the battle, lest we allow victory to slip between our fingers. We have acquired Enhanced Enochian 2, which is one of the most incredible traits in the game. It just makes you do more damage. What else could you ever want, right? It just doesn't get any better than that. But look in your eyes. Yes, I can see that you have gained much strength since we last met. You'll be pleased to hear that Tanner has managed to make steady progress in his training as well. The boy believes he has regained much of the knowledge and skill he possessed before getting sucked into that pocket of time and space. An admirable feat, considering that it was not long ago that he could scarcely remember his own name. And yet, there is one aspect of his training that has yet to be addressed. Put simply, the boy lacks experience in battle.
To work the magic necessary to seal up the Hollows, I must maintain perfect focus and clarity of mind. If the battle with Phronesis is my first, I fear my concentration will be disrupted all too easily.
And so I thought I'd take the boy out into the wilds, that he might acclimate himself to the battlefield and further hone his command of magic in the process. And yet, we must keep a wide berth of Amarang. were we to encounter Phronesis before we are fully prepared, the results could be disastrous. Thank you, Ekant. Thank you very much. And so, I propose that we go on an excursion of sorts. Would you be willing to accompany us? I believe there's much the boy could learn from your example. Excellent. Then let us make for Lakeland. The beasts in the forest of the Lost Shepherd should provide a fair challenge for the lad. Aren't they like level 73 or something? Well, we managed to get 3 more levels. That's pretty good. Ah, there she is. Now, shall we get down to... is something the matter?
How do you like my new clothes, Caetsu? Not only are they stylish, why, I can just feel the power welling up from deep within me. They were a present from Zerek. Isn't he the best?
It was a simple investment, nothing more. We must seize every possible advantage if we hope to triumph over our foe. But enough idle chit-chat. We have work to do. Caetsu, I would ask you to begin by setting an example for the boy, showing him precisely how you conduct yourself in battle. We can't very well just toss him to the Wolverines all on his own, now can we? So why don't you get out there and hunt one down for us? Tainer, watch carefully and let Caetsu show you how it's done. Fight the one that appears when you step over here in particular. Oh. That was that. Didn't need the thunder.
That was incredible. The sheer destructive power of your spells. The way you seamlessly weaved one incantation after the next. Everything. But tell me, what would you say is the most important thing a mage should keep in mind when doing battle with a fearsome foe?
Casting your spells in proper sequence is the key. Just blast your foes with everything you've got.
Ah, but of course. Thank you, Caetsu. I will endeavor to put everything I've learned from you into practice. Well, here goes nothing.
Uh-oh.
Drat, where do I... no, that's not... Curses, just stay still so I can hit you already.
Steady now. Don't let the enemy fluster you. Keep your focus.
Right, focus. You're a feisty one, aren't you? Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, I've seen enough of this. And the player character is just standing there in confused awe of the situation.
Oh dear, that didn't go nearly as well as I hoped.
Don't get so down on yourself, lad. I shouldn't have jumped in the way I did. Dare say you were starting to get the hang of it there at the end.
I thought it would be a simple enough task to follow Kaitsu's lead, but when that savage creature stared me down, I was too flustered to put what I learned into practice.
Indeed, it is not the strength of your magics that is the issue. You simply must learn to compose yourself.
What do you think? What did you think, Kaitsu? Are there any other words of wisdom you might offer me?
Believe in yourself, and all will be fine.
Thank you. I'm sure you're right. I can't allow my foe to break my concentration like this. Anyhow, let me try once more. This time will go better, I promise you.
That's the spirit. Yes, the boy will be fine. I must stay my hand. What spell did he use with those sounds?
I did it! I did it! The battle is won!
Now that's how you wallop a Wolverine. Well done, lad. I'm proud I could be here for your first victory.
You're far too kind. I couldn't have done it without you and Kaitsu here to show me the way. You have my thanks.
But don't let up now, boy. You must keep battling until all that you've learned becomes second nature. Now, are you ready?
That was rather more difficult than I expected, and yet, thanks to you and Serik, I feel like I can hold my own on the battlefield now.
I'd have to agree. The way you made short work of that last critter, I'd say it's time to find you a more worthy foe. Let us return to Motsuk and plot our next course of action. It's pretty interesting that the level 76 quest is really long, and then the ones before that and the ones after that are kind of, like, short. But I suppose the level 80 one is going to be really long. You've proven the perfect mentor for the boy, Kaitsu. Else, I dare say old Serik here could learn a thing or two from you. You've taught him not only how to wield his spells in battle, but how to maintain his focus in the face of danger. With those fundamentals under his belt, it is just a matter of time and practice until he's ready to face Phronesis.
I promise you, my friends, I will not let you down. Now, if you'll excuse me, I best go write down all I've learned today while it's fresh in my memory.
Such passion and determination. This must be the boy he always was. The boy's time beyond the rift stole from his memories and his spirit. He devotes himself to his training that he might help us fell Phronesis and bring his friend a measure of salvation. There's no telling what course the battle will take, but I suspect the boy will be forced to confront his past head-on. It will not be easy for him, and yet I believe it is a necessary step for him in order to forge himself a new future. For Taina's sake, and for the sake of those who call Amarang home, we must triumph in this battle. Not to mention for the sake of our coin purses, eh? At any rate, I will leave you to your training and return to my own. The final confrontation is close at hand, and we must be ready. Oh boy. Well then. I suppose this is the perfect time to take the picture for the next stream's thumbnail. I'll do that. Oh, that works. Because that is when we will have the big finale of this quest line. That is maybe a little bit strong. Maybe it'll be less ridiculous if I just make it all white light. White light? Or mostly white light. What's that? I think that's pretty good. Lint roller. What a name. Right, we have that. And we have that. We don't have accessories for level 80, so that would actually be a good investment to do right now. We don't accidentally cap. I'll do that. And 2 of those. And we have that, so there's a good chance we will actually be able to get a full 530 set. When we reach level 80. That'd be pretty nice. Since that is something we've been somewhat lacking on previous increments while leveling Black Mage. Is there a repair? That's over there. Might as well get that done while I remember to do that. We shouldn't really bother repairing all of the lower level gear that we're probably not using anytime soon. So if we just specifically repair the stuff that we have used, that's probably good. There we go. All nice and repaired up. I think we could clean inventory since we are at a point where it might be difficult to pick up a new task. Anya spy kit. And it looks a bit like Anya. Cute. I like it. Right. This one. And 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 then we just need to get to a retainer summoning bell and clean out that inventory. So many lava bells. The Shrike. I'm guessing none of this is particularly valuable. Not much. But hey. This is probably worthless. Yup. Then we go to the gold saucer and get rid of this card. And... actually... oh, get rid of the card. Just really quickly running through to get rid of our card. Let's see. Let's see. How much we wow. We do not have very much MGP on this character. Like, not even close to much. Pretty funny. Suppose it makes sense, since we've basically never been in the gold saucer. We basically had a stint because the MSQ forced us to go and do that. And then we've basically just got an extra MGP from cards and nothing else. Nothing else. Back to Gridania. And the reason we're going back to Gridania is because it just occurred to me. We could unlock Frontline, just so that we have it. That would be neat. Unlock it so that we have it. Because that's like, that is a roulette that we could do for extra XP. But we just haven't because it's not been, like, available. Is it this quest? It's not this one. Nope. The pop no longer, I believe. Listen well, Lieutenant Chaiji. The Order of the Twin Adder does not just welcome glory seekers willy-nilly into our ranks. You stand here today because we believe in your potential. We believe that you will go forth as a serpent and help restore order to a world gone mad. Yet, potential alone will not carry you far. Indeed, the road to glory is littered with the bodies of would-be heroines who lack the determination and diligence to hone their innate talents. But you will not suffer the same fate, I'm certain of it. It is with such high hopes for your future that I would send you to begin the next phase of your training. The venue shall be the Wolves' Den, a proving ground established by the Eorzean Alliance to prepare Grand Company recruits for the battles that lie ahead. The Wolves' Den is to be found just off the shore of Lanacea. The ferry at the Morabi dry docks in Lower Lanacea will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Storm Captain Bequea Loitalsun. I have already taken the liberty of submitting a letter of recommendation on your behalf. I have also taken the liberty of writing a letter of suggesting you get a name change to something that is easier to read. I'm guessing the ferry dock's over here.
This skiff is bound for the Wolves' Den. Might you care to join us?
Yes. Huh. Oh boy. That hotbar could need some help, let's say. Something like that, I think, would work.
I don't recall seeing your ugly mug around here before, Yes, say that Ilwa sent you. He said he was sending a new wolf to the den. More like the runt of the litter if you ask me. You barely have fangs for the owning, but I guess I'm feeling goddamn generous, so I'll throw you a bone. Start yourself off with crystalline conflict. Them training belts are made special for feckless adventuring types who can't tell them sound strategy from a horse's ass. I still reckon it won't be dawn before you run home with your tail between your legs, crying for your mum, but you can have a word with Lieutenant Gungi Zilungi if you insist on giving it a go. You'll find him outside, assuming you can work up the nerve. Stand up straight, maggot. This ain't no place for the weak of spine. Dismissed.
Rude? Very toxic. We've unlocked Crystalline Conflict. Hello.
You look to be spoiling for a fight, newcomer. Not that I blame you. Most everyone the captain sends my ways. You'd do well to vent some of that pent-up rage in a match of 3 of Crystalline Conflict. It's the latest, greatest, and most exciting tactical training you'll find this side of the front lines. You may think me biased, but given that I'm the one who came up with the rules, but nothing could be further from the truth. We received countless calls to add more strategic elements to our training skirmishes, you see, and I simply put the entirety of my considerable skill toward answering them. Crystalline Conflict matches challenge you to maintain control over an all-important freight, which you must transport safely to a designated location amid the heat of battle. I've even designed special arenas replete with magic mechanisms to keep you on your toes. If that piques your interest, my first recommendation is that you learn the rules in their entirety, lest you be pulverized the moment you step onto the field. But fear not, I'm more than happy to discuss them at any time.
Oh boy. Let's learn how to break Crystalline Conflict then. Crystalline Conflict allows you to take part in small-scale 5v5 tactical skirmishes. It can be accessed via the PvP section of the Duty Finder. Well, wow. Anyway, good luck. That was all.
Softnox comes to Wolf Place, learns that Uplanders have many hard thumbs for fighty play. Softnox sees chance for busy deal, offers gobby hand, lending for Uplanders to have better fighty play. Crunch bone and smash steel muchly. Now, new fighty play is born. Name of Rival Wings. Machina of Gob make help Uplanders make much mayhem together. If Uplander wishes to fill brain case with knowings of Rival Wings, Softnox happy to give many tongue flaps.
Is this happening the same way then? We see like 30 seconds of a match. A straight up cruise chase on the field. And brute justice. And that was it. Good luck. Aren't there... Wait, how do you unlock frontline then? Is it that guy? It's a little strange. Please, I beg of you, stay those ferocious-looking fists. I'm not ready for full contact sparring. Why, I've only just begun to practice my one ilm punch. That used to be an action.
So you haven't come to duel me then? My apologies. You have the look of a woman who enjoys the thrill of a fight, and I thought perhaps you'd come to challenge me. And for good reason, I might add. You see, the Maelstrom recently opened up a new sparring ground of sorts, right here on this pier. Now adventurers can go toe-to-toe without climbing down into the pit. I was all but certain you were just like everyone else, eager to earn a notch in your belt. I haven't the skill nor the courage to put up a fight, but you have the look of a woman who's weathered her fair share of battles. Perhaps you'd like to test your mettle in the ring. Not with me, of course. The officer who oversees the arena is just over there. Doubtless she'd be happy to tell you about it. All about it. Just look at that frightful stare. Always on the lookout for fresh blood, or so they say. What's this? Another wolf pup itching to get in the ring? Well, if it's blood you're after and you need it quick, might be it can slake your thirst here. Before you go rushing off to get yourself bludgeoned, though, there's rules to be learned. Don't you worry none less. I'll teach you all you need to know. Excellent. Right, about that front line. Apparently that's back in Gridania again. Oh, I almost left without attuning to the Aetherite. Isn't it at Airship Landing? It could be. It says it's a specific one for the Grand Company, so it would be somewhere in Gridania, presumably. You know, it's a possibility that the NPC that I'm looking for is at the airship landing. I'll go there first. It might as it could be either or. Let me just check on the different NPCs in this. Nope. It's not that. I don't think it's here. Maybe. Hello. Ah, Lieutenant Chaiji. Well met, well met. Come to join us on the front line, or perhaps you've a question to ask. I don't think it's there. A bit strange that the frontline teacher is there. Let me just go to the Grand Company and see if I can find the quest. That's fair, Tristan. It seems like logical that that would be the guy, right? That's where you join a match without Duty Finder. Right. That's the one.
Come closer, Lieutenant Chaiji. I would prefer that this tale be heard by you and you alone. It concerns a sensitive subject with which you are doubtless well acquainted. The Battle of Cartano. Aye, I speak of that bloodbath which marked the end of the 6th Astral Era, when both the 7th Legion and allied forces were slaughtered by that winged abomination, which did its utmost to destroy all we know and love. No part of Eorzea was untouched by the Elder Primal's rage, least of all the Cartano Flats, which were ravaged, nay, remade in the fires of destruction. The flats were rendered an accursed wasteland, and all decent small folk know to keep a wide berth. Consequently, many question why the Eorzean Alliance continues to maintain a military presence in the region, despite the personnel and material required to do so. Elegant ruins, that's why. Allied scholars have been studying them since their discovery following the battle, during which time the Cartano Flats have been jointly administered by the 3 member nations of the Eorzean Alliance. This was an acceptable state of affairs for a time, but no longer. Uldar, Limsa Lominsa, and Gridania have all formally asserted a claim to the territory. A diplomatic resolution is no longer possible. The matter is to be decided on the field of battle. Lest you fear that this marks the advent of total war, worry not, we are allies as ever and shall conduct ourselves accordingly. All hostilities will be confined to the disputed territories, and engagements shall be fought to submission, not death. So you see, you needn't hesitate to join the fray. Should you have the misfortune of facing a friend in battle, you will only be expected to subdue him, not kill him. Aye, that's right. I tell you all this because we need men and women of your caliber on the front line. These ruins are of vital importance to our nation's security, and we cannot surrender them to a foreign power. You need not make a decision now. All I ask is that you speak with our man at the airship landing and listen to what he has to say.
Ironically, specifically the front line on the Cartano Flats is not available at the moment. And I think that is pretty ironic, actually, because that's the front line that you can't play at the moment. Ah, yes. Perfect name. Lieutenant Chaiji, come to join the fight, have we? Very good indeed. Exactly, bless you. Oh boy, do we get 30 seconds of a front line that we aren't even allowed to play at the moment. But that looks like fun. And cut. And scene. Now, before we proceed, I must warn you, this isn't going to be like some jaunt in the Wolf's Den. You'll be pitted against wave after wave of fellow Alliance members in battle, and they won't care one whit that you're the Warrior of Light. This campaign will be long and brutal, and victories won today may be undone tomorrow. Consider the Borderland Ruins. We need only seize control of each ruin in the region, right? Wrong. Defense is paramount as well, for our rivals will muster forces to challenge our claims. It is for that reason we have established an airship route direct to the front line. Those who are ready and willing to fight will never want for transportation. Ah, but that look on your face speaks confusion. Are we at war or not? What is this bollocks about no killing? What the seven hells is going on? That's what you're thinking, yes? There's less war and more organized violence to resolve a territorial dispute. And yes, it is to be civilized violence. Killing Alliance members is strictly prohibited, though accidents have been known to happen, mind you. But you of all people have nothing to fear. You've escaped certain death more times than I can count. What are the odds you'll fail to do so this time, eh? And now we have it. Excellent. Well, that took a little bit longer than I expected, but that was perfect. And now we have frontline for future leveling excursions. And just in time for finishing up the stream. Let's see here. Perfect. There we go. Right. Well, we still didn't reach level 80, but it's not too surprising. It's shocking how much XP you need to reach each like level up. It's been a while since I actually had to like power level a job, especially from below level 80 actually. There are also some tools that in hindsight we probably could have used to make it a little bit easier, like Wondrous Tales, playing more, things like that. But it's fine. I think we had a good few levels. And we have a clean inventory to continue with next time. So, if you enjoyed this stream and you would like to see more of the wonderful people in the chat, or me, there's a community Discord server that you can join, where there is all these wonderful people like Jelano and Tristan and I don't know, I think Tuan is there, Intila is there. And you will also find a weekly schedule so you can see when streams are happening, when videos are coming out and all that stuff. A week in advance. And every time I post a new video or plan a stream, so that you can see it, the first place I make a reminder is on the Discord server. So that is also useful. You can also sign up to get reminded with a tag on Discord every time, but that one is optional. Now, next week we're actually diving into some healer-focused videos and stuff, so that actually means that we have Oops All Healers on Tuesday. So I hope some of you will find that very fun. We also have tea time. We only have, I believe, a clip from Gazel playing Black Mage. So that will probably mean that we have lots of time to do other stuff if there's not more clips coming in. That other stuff being mostly hanging out and talking. But maybe we can figure something out if we completely run out of things to talk about. Someone suggested taking a visit to people's houses in game. 8-man healer duty. We could, if we can get a 4-man team of healers or an 8-man team of healers, we can try. We can try. The worst that can happen is that it doesn't work, right? I think that would be really fun. I think 4 healers might be able to do an expert roulette, simply because you can, you know, just endlessly raise each other if it comes to that. And just heal each other. Like, the only thing that might be scary is the auto attacks from the boss might hit really hard. And tank busters. But maybe you can take it with some shields. So we will need a scholar at least. Maybe 3. We'll see what we do there. We'll see what we have. And yeah, it's going to be a very healer-focused videos next week. I hope you look forward to that. Right. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Good evening, good night, good morning, afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And with that said, the only thing we have left to say is good night to Smol Caetsu. And thank you all for watching. Good night. Good night.